man. Good morning. Way to make it to Sunday morning, the round before the final round. This is the round where we get rid of two people in a... I can't get round in there one more time. I was going to try. But they're not round cards. There's a round dice-ish. We're playing a game called Slapdown. It is a dexterity speed card game where you are rolling dice. One die has color, one has shapes. It will tell you what you need to slap down on the table to get your match. And from there, the winners move through. We're going to play one game this morning with 4. That winner is safe. And then we'll play one game with 3. That other winner is safe. Those 2 make it to the final round. The other 2 actually get to go enjoy Sunday PAX. So, gentlemen, let's come on down. We tried real hard to get these mics here so they can be right in your face, but also not in the middle of the game board. Let's see. If we switch there, also take a quick moment to look at the monitor down here. You can see the cards are spread out as much as they can. If you go outside of this, the audience will get real mad because they can't see what's happening. Let's see. Who has the longest fingernails? That's how this game is decided.
There's no way it's me.
The longest nails. Yeah, you have the longest nails. All right, you get to roll first. There are wild on each die also. They'll sort that part out. I bet they'll figure it out. But they'll roll. We'll get a shape and a color. They'll slap one hand on each of the matched cards to see if they can get it. And the best part is they can steal from each other. If, blue circle comes up and then it comes up again, you get to take it. Any plus. There we go. Oh, and if you win...
And for do we stack them into one thing or keep
nope.
them separate? Okay.
Keep them separate because you got to 2-hand slap it later.
Okay.
Also, you won, so you get to roll. So the dice follow the winner. That was orange plus.
Damn.
Yeah, orange and red are real hard to tell on this dice, especially that orange on the red shape.
Orange, red.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Red is more red, but orange looks red. Oh, nice grab.
Nice.
I'll try and announce them for you, audience. Blue Pentagon, good protection. But I feel like I give them an advantage if I say shapes and colors on the die.
Red circle?
Yeah, you got it.
Should we start consolidating?
I would prefer that, at least.
That is a good question, because if you consolidate, but you've remembered where shapes are, it really messes things up. I think we'll keep it like this to keep it going. At some point, we may shove them in when there's only a handful left.
Rolling's the worst part.
Ooh, that was real close.
Still you.
Real close, still you.
Damn.
Can I move them since mine?
Yeah, you can kind of get your pile going.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, ooh.
Are you calling him? He's calling.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that?
Because that was the wrong protection, so he gets to get your yellow
Oh,
plus
that
cards.
sucks.
You're okay.
Does that still?
Oh,
That
he still
still
takes that?
that still happens.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So it's
my
your
roll?
your roll. Yeah. Yeah, those are not part of your cards.
Again.
Okay.
Wait.
Nope. Nope.
Oh, shit.
There you go.
Damn.
Okay.
That was close.
I don't know.
I don't
Gentlemen,
know
lay
either.
decide. Is it a
I
tie?
feel
If
like
it's a tie,
this
we'll
hand
leave
is
it
the
there.
same in this hand.
No idea. Reroll or
We'll call it a tie.
Fisticuffs. Go.
We
Yeah.
throw one die.
No. Yeah.
No, you should probably re-roll.
Yeah, sure. You re-roll. It reset. That turn didn't happen.
Not a roll.
that's it again.
No,
No.
not those.
Wait.
Those.
Oh,
I'm all stars.
Sorry. Okay.
His tap happened before blue circles.
All right.
So
Yep, that'll do it.
anything, any pad. There, we got a protection over here.
good.
No, he got the protection.
Yeah.
Also, I was wrong.
Yeah, and it was the wrong shape.
Me. Good.
So not
Sheriff over here with all these stars.
again.
I think I got my hand down. This one
Yeah,
first.
you were underneath on that one.
Wow, that one's
That
a
comes
lot.
up a lot.
Yeah. We should stop.
All right, let's take a minute and we'll kind of squeeze these in just so the audience can tell what's game board.
For the audience.
And that one guy in the back who appreciated it.
Oh, nope.
Nope. That's the problem. We couldn't find a table that would make the diagonal even. We just didn't have
Yeah,
that
it's
to make
exactly
it work.
square table. But then it's
Yeah.
It does, if it's small, then
I don't make those.
But if they stand up, the table's too short. We didn't have
Nice.
a high table. Nice. Ooh, protection felt safe.
I want him back.
I think you got him.
All right.
Yeah.
Art, can you do one-handed?
Nope, it's got to be
Okay.
two hands
Noted.
at all times. One hand per card.
Please be something not my cards. Just being safe.
Nope. That
Yellow
you got it.
squares. Good. I'm going to go blue for the circle just because we can get cards out of the middle.
Should we consult it?
Yeah, crunch them up a little bit. You guys are actually crunching up farther away from the camera, but that does
Oh, which was the?
put it in the middle for you
Okay,
guys.
yeah, let's
So
crunch them all over here.
Well,
yeah,
that's-
yeah, all the way to the far
We have
edge.
tiny
No,
arms.
it's
For the audience.
For the audience.
it's only for the audience. All you need is that yellow star, and you got them all. Ooh.
I have no idea.
I feel like I would tie call this. Do either of you have a gentlemanly, like, I feel like I was second?
It felt like a tie to me.
It felt like a tie. We'll go with the tie.
Who rolled?
I think me.
Yeah. All right. The quick redo.
Yeah.
You gotta get them stars. No. Yeah.
Wait. Oh, it's stars.
You could have got the full set.
Wait, I want those on this side.
I had no way of knowing stars were an actual symbol and not the wild card.
No.
Oh,
Yep. Even after chasing it, you still win. Yeah,
Sorry, one
fix
sec.
those. Yeah.
There we go. Everyone good?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, orange stars.
Okay. They're not red.
Need them yellow stars.
Nice.
No, is that red or is
Yeah,
that
that's red.
orange? Okay, it's red. Okay.
Hope so.
Yeah, that looked a little orange here. Nice.
Look on the read.
Yep. 2 pairs left.
Yes. I think you got that first.
Yeah.
I don't like rolling.
Just slow down. It's okay.
Oh,
Nice.
Oh,
that was a real fast. Oh, you could have got the yellow stars. Yellow stars wins. Rolling over there. Somebody else has these, I know.
They were over there.
Yeah, I know, seriously.
uh,
Get him. Every time.
Hesitated. They're over there.
till they're yellow and I mess up.
Yeah.
You got it.
Ooh, yeah, you got it. Okay.
So I'm safe.
That is it for this big. Looks like you're safe making it to the final rounds.
Bada boom!
All right. Let's shuffle these cards all back into the middle.
Oops.
Don't lose one.
Slide
All right.
the pairs off.
I'm gonna just keep these aside.
Cut my sleeve here. All right.
All right. That seems shuffled enough.
I think they can go that way a little bit.
Oh, go this way a little bit? All right.
All right. You still have the honor of the longest fingernails. Unless someone has grown real fast while they were sitting here.
Oh, nope.
Not over here. I'm out of the way now.
Damn. Nice.
Where's the pairs? Oh, you
Ah, Jesus.
That's the worst part. When you know there's one and you're like, oh, there's a second somewhere. You need a circle. All right, green circle.
I think that was me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Stars. Wait, no.
Oh, it's stars. It's
Neither
red
of us.
stars.
Oh, shoot.
Aha.
We both hit the wrong
I thought it
thing.
was the wild again.
Man, that's the worst part. Somebody hitting the wrong thing just throws it all off.
And in case you missed, Felix McBiggs won because he had the most pairs, not because he took the last pair. We don't care about the last pair except that it ends the game. There you go. That was any red. Is it
Yeah,
red?
yeah,
It's
red.
red.
Yeah, any red.
Okay. Yeah, let's do some stuff.
Any green?
I think I got that.
Yeah, plus signs one.
Slow on that one.
No, orange plus.
I missed.
Yeah, you missed. Man, you got the protection just in time.
God, the red
That
star.
red star is real.
Oh. Good job.
Nice.
You all are building your score piles in different, like, rectangular patterns. It's real hard to figure out, like, what's what.
Strategy.
Nice. Ooh.
Consolidate.
Sure. Sorry.
I was being too
Yeah.
polite.
That one's rolled a lot too. Like both games. Yep.
Stole those.
You had to defend.
Yeah. Ooh. Yep, the protect happened.
Again.
You guys look over there.
Wait.
Sorry, I'll reroll that.
And let's there we go.
Oh.
Nice.
On the board.
Everyone's
Not in
piled.
the score pile.
It's always over there. I don't know why I looked anywhere else. Good job.
You knew this time, though. You were ready for it.
On that one. I think you got it.
Yeah.
I'll be fair. Oh, sorry.
No,
Yeah,
I-
and
I
if-
think you got it first.
yeah, I think you beat him to it. There it is. All right, and with that,
likewise.
we have our final two Omeganauts. Let's give it up for our last two eliminated Omeganauts. So final round tonight, two Omeganauts left. One of them has to come back and do this all again next year. and one of them gets to go to PAX Australia. 5 o'clock, main theater. We'll see you there. Thanks for coming this morning.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming in!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with. Those games were somebody's legacy. This is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about it.
Whatever.
Let's go boom.
Used to think I was someone special till you knew my name. Open the doors to invade my castle. Don't you feel it strange? I'm going out on a limb where the clouds start to thin. Wearing my heart like a stupid grin. Out on a limb. so far away. The only thing between us is empty space, empty space. Even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place than here with you now, here with you now. Here with you now. See your face in the crowd, but you don't seem so far away. The only thing between us is empty space, empty space. Even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place. Here with you now, here with you now. Here with you, I see your face in the crowd, but you don't seem so far away. The only thing between us is empty space, empty space. Even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place. Here with you now, here with you now. Here with you now.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming on!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with. Those games were somebody's legacy. This is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.
Let's go boom. Go select. Go select. For now you can stay right here, we will play until somehow you can find a slightly different frame of mind. Right here in my arms, away from all harm, you'll be safe from all the flares, although I know you don't care. You can lift your head up to the sky, take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Or instead you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. When they say you will fall, you can reach nothing at all. Take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines. But always know that you'll be safe. I'll be here throughout your days. Come find me and we will play. Staring at the sunset, and I wonder how it all came down to this one moment. Think of all my dedication.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee? I'm coming in! Everybody has that game that they fell in love with. Those games were somebody's legacy. This is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
At least you brought me breakfast.
So this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about it.
Whatever.
Let's go boom.
Sunlight begins to fade now, and I feel like I'm losing time, but I don't know how I'm here. The sunlight has turned to gray, and I feel like I'm losing love again. I don't know how I'm here. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel it somewhere you're looking down. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel it somewhere you're looking down. 'Cause it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna breathe, and it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna need. And it's you that I wanna need.
A quick panel update.
Steve from MetaThreads, who was a panelist today, had a last-minute family emergency and had to fly back to LA this morning. So Kevin Wallace down here was very gracious to step in at the last minute and save the day because the show must go on. So to get started and kind of introduce the concept, the thing that I've noticed when going to a lot of events like PAX is there's a lot of people in the community who dream about building a career in the gaming industry. And whether you want to be a streamer or a content creator or start your own business, there's a lot of lessons to learn along the way. So we thought, what better way to share those lessons than to grab a few industry experts here and hold this panel. So before we get started, just by show of hands in the audience, how many of you guys here are either building a business, want to be a streamer, or otherwise want to build a career in gaming? Wow, amazing.
It's a lot.
That's a lot of people. I love to hear it.
A lot of hands.
That's love to hear it.
I like that.
So we have a panel here of entrepreneurs who have done exactly that, and I'd love to kind of get started here with some introductions. So how about you, Kevin? What are you doing?
How's everybody doing?
Yeah.
Woo! So Kevin Wasilewski, have been in the gaming industry forever. We're not going to count the years. I started at EB Games, then went to Alienware, was at Alienware for 10 years. Was not a founder of Alienware, but was top 10 employee. Then left Alienware, started Origin PC, been at Origin PC for 10 years. So yeah, been through 2 different acquisitions, 2 different companies, and excited to talk to you guys here today.
Awesome. Hey guys, my name is James Boehm. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've started 6 different businesses now over the last 9 years, starting with the Minecraft community, starting MC Pro hosting, moving on to trade shows, events, to talent management, to then my last little-known startup called Mixer, originally known as Beam, which we sold to Microsoft in 2016. So excited to have you all here, and thanks for having me, Austin.
Kevin Wallace. I was one of the 2 founding members of Victorious Gaming. We were the largest tournament provider for League of Legends in seasons 2 through 4 in North America. We were also one of the people that now, if any of you guys, quick show of hands, who plays League of Legends community events? Yep, that was us. We helped build that platform. So appreciate everybody coming out, and looking forward to answering questions that Austin has.
Amazing. And my name is Austin Welper. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Player.gg. We are an audience growth platform doing giveaways in the gaming industry. Just 2.5 years ago, was working in a retail store, had no idea what I wanted to do with my life, and kind of took the plunge to quit my job and try to do a startup. And I'm here today, still going strong. So happy to share that story with everybody here as well today. So I'd love to kind of start off by talking about the early days. You know, when you are in that stage of side hustling, you know, still in school, you know, unsure if you can actually take the leap and to start your business. Maybe Kevin, you can start us off because you've got a great story with GameStop and how you kind of got started in the industry and what really inspired you to start your company.
You keep throwing me off with the Kevin because there's 2 Kevins.
I'm gonna look at you when I say
Kevin W. Oh wait, there's 2 Kevin W's.
We're both Kevin W. Good luck with that one. Yeah.
So I started at EB Games a long time ago, GameStop, aka GameStop. And my whole mission in life was to get into the gaming industry. In Miami, Florida, there's not a lot of game companies, like no game companies. So I figured I'd work at this retail store, become a manager, meet a game company at the manager's show, and then jump to that game company. But I was lucky enough that Alienware started in Miami, and the Alienware founders were customers of mine that would come in every day, got to be friends with them, and ended up making that jump. But yeah, I mean, you never know where you're gonna go. Like, I had my path laid out of, I'm gonna make games. I'm gonna go to the game industry, I'm gonna make games. And lo and behold, I went to hardware, something completely different. So you never know what's gonna happen. But my passion was what I was following. I was just following my passion. I'm like, I'm gonna work in this gaming industry one way or another. And luckily enough, it worked out for me.
I love that you found a job that you can get paid at, which got you access to the industry that you're working in. I think that's a really good story that you got to go in there.
And my interview at Alienware was the shortest interview ever. I came in and they said, what do you know about computer games? I said, well, I work at EB Games, so I sell them every day. Like, oh, okay. What games are you playing right now? Oh, I'm playing Half-Life and Sin. Okay, go upstairs and meet the owner. That was it. And then the owner was like, we're gonna offer you a job to play video games on every single one of our computers. That's your job. I'm like, what? It was a dream job, but I still played it cool. I was like, okay, let me think about it. I called him the next day and haggled, tried to get a higher price, higher salary, but it didn't work out.
Love that.
That snack stipend in there.
Yeah. Do you guys want to chime in? What were those early days like?
Yeah, early day. Well, I'll start with what inspired me to
Yeah.
get into business. So I started in business when I was 14 years old, freshman in high school. We started our first company with $7. Started the Minecraft server. We started taking donations. We were able to upgrade the PC we ran it on, so then we could hold more people. Eventually, had more donations, and we started the little company hosting game servers called MC Pro Hosting. So from there, we just kept growing it, and I think for us, the early days is I was in high school. I was a full-time competitive athlete for ice hockey. So I was traveling every weekend. I had 3 practices a week. So for me, I think early on, it was really having to learn to be disciplined about schoolwork, do school at school, come home, work all day until 1, 2 in the morning, get yelled at by my mom to go to sleep for school at 7 in the morning, and then get up and repeat it all over. So early on, there's a lot of sacrifice that you make to further, your business or your career and what you're doing, and hopes of there's that silver lining on the other side.
Right. What was it like being in high school running a business? Like, how were you pulled in many directions, and how did that play out?
Yeah, there's a funny story. So my co-founder, Matt, he was also a freshman in high school, and there's a story of him having to skip class to hide in a PE locker to basically reboot a server because there's technical difficulties. So there is, and we'd have to call our moms to come check us out, because we have customers that needed us.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you had a vision and you were already far ahead of that. That's amazing.
I think probably our inspiration was pretty straightforward. There was no community that existed for individuals. If you want to play an event, so you had to play with a team. And 9 times out of 10, you got that one tournament in, you played with your team, you didn't win, people rage quit, you never played again. So we wanted something where you could just come in and play as an individual, and there was a community vibe to it, because rather than coming in and being us versus them mentality, everyone was coming in as a first time or as a person that just wanted to get along with everyone. So that was our big inspiration, and I think it's 12 to 16 hours a day for about a year straight, including holidays, was an interesting thing. I found out that a lot of international holidays don't apply in the U.S. and vice versa, and people don't like their events not going on. So
right. I think I'm hearing a pretty consistent theme of just a lot of time investment put into this, and a lot of energy in those early days. And when it's your company, I mean, it's really you. You have to be really self-disciplined, and if you have to skip class to answer a customer support call, you got to do it. So, and for myself, it was kind of a bit backwards. Most people start a company with an idea that they want to pursue. I was working in a retail store, and I was just super unhappy. I was like, why am I stocking shelves in a grocery store when I could be doing something I want to do? So I actually just quit my job to decide what I wanted to build, and I got together with one of my best friends from high school and a couple other co-founders that I knew online, and we just started to try things, and we just experimented in the gaming industry. We were all gamers, so we all kind of had a good understanding of what the market was, so we just started to look for problems to solve, and we ended up just going kind of a bit backwards. And since we had that, I guess, real drive and hunger to start our own business, I think that drove us to find a sustainable idea that we could pursue. So it was a little bit backwards than other typical stories, but I think it was, for us, just the desire to leave the standard 9-to-5 life and build our own thing and kind of pursue the future of that.
Austin, kind of skipping ahead to the mistake part, but just something you mentioned there was you wanted to find a problem and then create a solution. And one mistake I see entrepreneurs and young people that want to get into business is they're creating solutions to problems that don't necessarily need to be solved.
Right.
So it's I commend you on starting with that problem, then creating a solution.
Right, I love it. It's really important to also have a really good understanding of who your customer is, and I think that comes down to solving problems. Is you have to know what their actual pain points are, and a good problem starts with pain from a user at the end of the day. And if they have a problem, they're likely willing to spend money to solve it, and that's where a good business model comes from. So what were some of those really early day kind of sacrifices like? And do you guys have any good stories? I mean, obviously skipping class to help customers, but what were some of sleepless nights and sacrifice and those really early day challenges?
I think probably one that stands out the most was Christmas Eve 2016, having to explain to my family why I was not opening presents with people, and watching their face understand that we had 2,800 people on a server. We were managing a massive, it was 7 different bracket tournaments. And they're like, oh, you're just playing video games. I'm like, no, there's all these people paid $5 each to get in. So it was a very large event for us, and no one could really understand why that was important. And I think that was a big challenge, was getting people to understand that, hey, like, I want to spend time with family, but that, my work doesn't take a day off. I don't get to take a day off.
Yeah, I feel you. It's
Yeah.
really,
A very common thing that I would get from friends and family would be like, hey, why don't you come hang out this weekend? Or tonight we're doing this. Why don't you come hang out with us? Like, I can't, I'm at work. And their reply was always, well, you're the boss, you own the company, so you can leave whenever you want.
No,
It's
that
like,
means
no,
you work 20.
you don't leave, you never stop working, you're always working.
I think that's a big shift too, is that always on mentality. A lot of people think that, oh, it's 8 hours or 12 hours, and no, like when you're running the company, you're always working. And when you're thinking about your company, your employees, what you're doing, your brain doesn't get to take a day off.
yeah. I think I can echo that from the biggest sacrifice for me was my personal life. I basically cut out most of my friends because I felt like they were holding me back. They had that same mentality of like, hey, let's go to the beach. You own the business. You can do whatever you want. And honestly, in my first month or two, I took it for granted. I was like, you know what? Screw it. I work for myself now. I can go to the gym at noon and work out till 2 and then go to the beach and kind of live my life. And once you really understand, though, that there is no one else holding you accountable, you don't have a boss anymore, you don't report to anyone else, and at the end of the day, this business success rests on you. I mean, that's like the biggest weight possible. So I decided to push away basically all my friends in my hometown and kind of just spend every single day grinding. But that also comes with some negative implications as well. I think 2 years in, I finally learned that if you neglect your health, it ultimately just hurts your business. And that took me so long to figure out until I realized, like, I'm not healthy, and now I can't work because I'm not okay. So getting through those early days and really finding, everyone says work-life balance, but I think you just need to maintain just alternate sources of happiness. Because if you put all of your, everything you have into your business, and when your business goes sideways, you have nothing left to turn to. So that was like a really early lesson that I picked up.
Yeah, I've been in business 9 years. Kevin's been in business forever, but it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. I think there's times where, one specific time was 3 months when I joined an accelerator called Techstars in Seattle, and it felt like 16 hours a day. It was probably more like 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day that we were just working. And I remember waking up just hating my life, and I would wake up to motivational speeches, because I would just try and brainwash myself, like, keep going, keep, pushing. And we were able to do that for 3 months, and it was really successful for us to hitting our goals and going out and wanting to fundraise, but it's not sustainable in the long term. So you have to find that happy balance between, your work and your life, and work-life balance. So
I think you guys both touched on something really important too, between it being a marathon and the physical activity. Everyone wants to grind 24/7, but I think the hardest thing I found was finding that time to not be grinding, and then allocating it to the right things. So like working out, for example, like I undervalued that. Now that's like I have to. If I don't go to the gym, it's like I missed a meeting that was important.
Yeah, you got to schedule time for that. Like I actually block time in my calendar where it's like go unplug, go for a walk if you can't, make 30 minutes to go to the gym. Like just do something.
Yeah. Yep. Well, one excuse is always, oh, I don't have time to do that, and it's no, you need to make time for the things that are important. And for me, like I go to the gym 4 times a week, and it's just a grounding for discipline for my week to have that set appointment and go every day and stick to that, because that's what you're doing in business. You have to be disciplined and show up every day. You don't have someone holding you accountable other than yourself. So the gym helps me do that and helps me, keep my week structured as I go on.
Also, if you don't have time, quote unquote, don't have time to go to the gym, you can always answer emails on a treadmill. I am very.
You'll be that guy.
My head's nodding. Like
I'm the guy on Twitter.
You're that guy.
I am that guy. I have no problem admitting it. I know I have an hour of cardio I have to do, and I can't just like stare into space. It doesn't work for me.
Yeah. You know that app on the treadmill, the Twitter app, like who uses that?
Yeah, I know.
That's
right?
you.
That's crazy. That's me. Yeah, I'll admit it. I'm fine with it.
I think this is when like real entrepreneurs get uncovered, is when you're in that position of ultimate like self accountability, and the ones who are kind of just pursuing entrepreneur because it's a new buzzword that everyone wants to be an entrepreneur nowadays. And I think that's when you really find out like who you really are, is if you take that for granted and you just try and live your life and have this casual, I work 4 hours a day because I work for myself mentality, or no, this is like everything that I have. It's really like raising a child. I couldn't describe it any other way. It's like you are raising a child that you are, putting all your time and energy into. and hopefully that child goes on to be successful and self-sustainable one day. So now that we've talked about early days, I really want to talk about scaling. You know, we've all started a business, and then we've all gone through that inflection point, you know, when your business goes from, hey, it's just a couple guys in a basement or in a garage, you know, Silicon Valley style, into like an actual, you know, revenue generating company that is growing. And in business and incubators, we use the term called crossing the chasm. Because like 98% of startups fail at this stage when they cannot produce a business model that scales, that can produce customers. So I'd love to know from you guys here, maybe James is most recent. What was that moment like when you realized that your business was going to scale, and how did that play out?
Yeah, for me, there's two businesses we scaled. So I'll start with the first one in the hosting industry. And this is back in like 2011, 2012, 13, when, influencer marketing was just taking off. The power of influencers was being realized. And we were able to successfully work with a couple of these influencers. And we went from overnight, we had been grinding for 2 years, but just up and to the right, compound, growth every month. And that was that moment. It was like, oh, I might not go to college after high school because we have a legitimate business. We have 30, 40 employees that are working for us. Maybe I need to shift my life plans around. So it was a surreal moment for sure.
Right. How about you, mister?
Well, I have 3 things come to mind. So back in the Alienware days, when Alienware was able to enter into agreement with Best Buy and get our products on Best Buy stores nationwide and every end cap, that was just huge because our brand awareness went from only some gamers knowing about us to everybody who went to a Best Buy store knew the Alienware brand. So that was huge for us. And then when you fast forward and you talk about Origin PC, 10 years later, to show you how the world has changed, Origin PC has never been in retail. We've never wanted to go that route. Even though it's good for brand awareness, it has its pluses and minuses. So instead, we went the esports influencer route. So like 8 years ago, we sponsored TSM. And when we sponsored TSM, we were lucky enough to work with them. They won the NALCS that year, and I think the year after, and many years. But that was the day that Origin PC really exploded brand awareness-wise and web traffic-wise. And then, just me personally, the thing that changed in my mind, and this is just me, not my partners, this is not part of a business plan or anything, but for some reason, the day that we hired a programmer, we had our own in-house programmer to do the back end of the website, 6-figure salary guy, super knowledgeable, educated, knows everything about programming there is to know. When we hired this gentleman, to me, that was like a light switch. I was like, wow, we're like a real company now. We're hiring real people. Yeah. So to me, that was my inflection point, if you will.
Love it.
And one thing I want to say, because all of you are interested in starting businesses or you're currently running a business, it's really easy for us to sit here and say, these were the moments that like our business took off. But I'm sure we were grinding for years, going from thing to thing to thing, trying to figure out what worked and what didn't, and to move on to the next thing. So I think it's easy for us to say like, oh, this is what happened. Yeah. So you can't necessarily take what we're saying and just say, I'm going to go do that. Right. You have to, and that's where that like Trough of Sorrows comes in of like, it is that grind, it's that marathon of you're trying to survive long enough to figure out what is that moment, what is that thing that's going to drive you to success.
That's a great point. There's also that, our businesses are so much different than everyone else's. And, Kevin got into influencer marketing 8 years ago, and that landscape has changed so much. So to say that you could go out and do the exact same thing that he did 8 years ago is just not true today.
I think another interesting thing too, as far as like important points, I would say is not so much the time that the business took off, but the point that I remember I could stop what I was doing as my part-time job during the day to actually fully focus on that, and how hard of a decision that was. Because it's really scary. Like you were cutting off basically your own income in order to take a chance. And I think it's important to know that time and make sure it's the right time too.
Yeah, often people jump way too soon. I see it with individuals that want to begin streaming and quit their full-time job because they think, oh, I got hosted by a large streamer, and now that means I'm instantly successful. But you want to make sure you're really ready for that, and that comes where the sacrifice comes in. Sometimes you have to sacrifice your time to support a full-time job. And I find the older you get, and as you have kids and family, that becomes harder and harder. So I'm really a big advocate for doing it when you're young, when you have no risk, and you can just get started.
I think it's important to have money saved up too. Like I remember, like I worked 3 part-time jobs for a year to have enough money to cover rent and basically like a very small amount of ramen level food, mind you, before like I was even thinking about doing it. And I even took an extra 4 months after that because I was worried about insurance.
Yeah, for sure. In my first 9 months, I didn't pay myself anything, and I quit my job and sold my car just to have cash to survive. And we had to hire 1 software engineer since we were, a technology-based company, so we had to hire some talent. But it was super just uncertain, and man, I ate a lot of ramen noodles. It's real. People talk about it, but when you have to cut corners, it comes from everywhere. And in those early days, like I didn't have any money, like all I had was time. So, I was willing to pick up, odd jobs, driving for like the Uber Eats and, trying to just make things meet. And now that we're in this stage of like growth, like time is all I have, or, that's all I need. So like I'm willing to spend money to get myself more time. I'll invest in meal delivery services so I don't have to go meal prep. And like your totally landscape just changes once you're in that growth stage. But I think our inflection point was we had spent like 9 months building our app, and it takes a while when you have a super small development team. But we went to TwitchCon in 2018 was our kind of international launch, if you will, and that was the day where we launched the app with our first few influencer and brand activations. We had partnerships with G Fuel and Scuff Gaming, and we had 32,000 users in our first 3 days after TwitchCon. And that moment for us was like, I had been slaving over this startup for 9 months, and to see it actually in the world at TwitchCon, one of the biggest events of the year, and people actually loving it, like that feeling, I can't even describe how good that feels to like, put all your time into something. It's like when your kid finally goes to college. It's like, your kid is finally going somewhere, and this was a really exciting moment for us to actually get over that hurdle.
You're like, holy crap, it worked.
It worked. I mean, really. I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty, right? Especially when you had quit your job and you weren't drawing a salary. It's like, the pressure was on. Like, I remember when I first walked into TwitchCon, I was like, if this doesn't work, I guess, what am I going to put on my resume? I've got this like 9-month gap of unemployment, basically. But it all panned out, and since we've done TwitchCon of 2019, we actually had a booth this year, so we came full circle, and this was an even bigger year for us. And just having something that you've built be enjoyed by a community is just a really good feeling for sure. So I think we've definitely heard that it definitely takes a lot of time to get there. I think that's a good sentiment from everybody here, that it doesn't take overnight, and timing is so important at the end of the day. So 2 of the panel, actually all 3 of you have been through acquisitions, which is almost every founder's dream is to have your company acquired and go on to build something under a bigger entity. So maybe James, how did your life change after the Microsoft acquisition of Mixer, and what were those days like for you?
Yeah, Microsoft killed my ping pong habit because we did not have the time to play ping pong anymore. It's a process when you're acquired. It doesn't happen overnight. You don't just sign the documents and hey, now I'm here, because you actually have a team behind you. And for us, like, we had 20 people when we were acquired, and there's a culture, there's a family, and that's all being integrated into a much larger entity and organization. So it's a year to 2 year process of things transferring and changing and becoming accustomed to new processes, and also introducing processes that they were not used to with us because they weren't in the streaming space.
Right.
So there's a lot of learning and transfer of knowledge.
And what was the roadmap that got you there? Was there a specific moment that you think that really put you in the spotlight, that kind of brought you to Microsoft?
For a lot of people, I like to talk about success in terms of a staircase, and that if you're just on step 1 of starting your entrepreneurship journey, it's hard for a lot of people to fathom selling a company to another large entity. And that's because maybe I was on step 50, and for me, step 51 was selling the company. But for someone that's on step 1, it's hard to look all the way up those stairs and see that. So you got to keep that in mind every day. Just focus on the next step of what are you trying to do to grow your business.
Right. And Kevin here is recently acquired by Corsair. So how did that change your life, and what was the roadmap for you?
So let's go back to Alienware first. So back in Alienware, I got acquired by Dell about 12, 15 years ago. At that time, I was not a founder of Alienware, but I was on the executive team. So I was privy to some information, but not all information. And, fast forward to today, Alienware, Dell became, Alienware became a Dell brand, and Alienware Miami doesn't really exist anymore. So that was a business decision, and that's how businesses run, and there's, no love lost there. That opportunity actually allowed us to start Origin PC. So when we started Origin PC, we always had in the back of our mind that maybe one day we'll be acquired, maybe we won't, we don't know. Let's just keep grinding, grow the company, grow the brand. So we were lucky enough to find a really, really good partner and got acquired by Corsair about 6 months ago. And after going through Alienware Dell, we kind of had the roadmap of blueprint of what we wanted to happen, what we didn't want to happen. So we wanted all of our employees to be protected. We wanted the company and the brand to stay in Miami. And luckily, Corsair was looking for that as well. So we found a fantastic partner, great brand, great people, great products. They're allowing us to stay in Miami, grow the team in Miami. So it's really interesting going through your second acquisition and kind of saying, all right, well, the first time XYZ happened, so let's make sure that doesn't happen, and let's do a little bit different. Right. But it's not that easy because, it does take a long time.
Yeah,
there's a lot of talking, there's a lot of negotiating. We wanted to find the right partner, the right fit, and we were lucky enough to find that. But a lot of people, they can't find the right fit.
Right. Yeah, it's not something you say on this date we're going to sell our company.
Right.
It has to happen very naturally. Like you can certainly start the process and look for that. But again, for me, it's always what is the next thing we should be doing in business? How do we just grow a little more? And eventually, if we're creating the right value and solving the right problems, then the right exit or opportunity to grow will present itself.
So I liked your analogy of a staircase because I feel like you keep taking those steps upward, and a lot of people think that that's it, you're done when you get acquired, but realistically you've just gotten to the next floor. There's more stairs.
Yeah, you're just getting started.
Yep.
I mean, we're now part of the Corsair family, and people are like, oh, you're done now? Like, no, we're just getting started, really. We're now growing the team. We now have all these different visions and goals, and this year is going to be really exciting, launching new products. At CES, we're in the Corsair, the giant Corsair booth, launching a new product.
Yeah, I love that.
So, yeah, it's not the end, it's the beginning.
And on that staircase as well, like, I think people look at themselves and failures as taking a step down, but they're really just keeping up the staircase, because whether you're raising capital or you're trying to sell your company or start a business, like, everyone perceives this through the eyes of risk. And the fact that you've made mistakes and you've had failures just actually produces you further up that staircase, because if you have gone through a company that, for one example, is not successful, you've probably learned so many more lessons than the guy who's just starting out. So that is actually in your favor when you're going into these things. And what I love about these stories here is that all these acquisitions gave you the resources to build more cool shit. Like Corsair and Origin PC, like what an amazing combination. And I've seen already what you've been producing with these guys. It's given you the access to resources where you can keep building. And Microsoft and Mixer with the Xbox integration.
Yep.
Like all this kind of stuff is so huge.
We mentioned, Kevin, you said it's just the beginning, or it's always like the start of something. That was literally the blog post that we made when we were acquired, is it's just the beginning. And I've always said that because it always is. You always want to have that day one mentality that like Amazon holds of, it's day one, it's just the beginning. How do we go not be complacent and keep growing and keep doing more?
Right. Yeah, I love that.
And going back to the staircase really quick, I think it's really important for everyone in here that's thinking about doing your own thing. If you're thinking of this staircase, we're talking about all the positive things. There's plenty of failures along the way. Each one of those failures is still a step up because you're learning from that failure and you're going to be better the next time around. So just think of it that way, like, hey, I'm going to try this. If it doesn't work, it's not the end of the world because now I learned something and I could try something else.
Yeah, it's like further along in the staircase, there might be a step that's broken or that's, is a different height than the other steps. And as you learn, you're going to know when you encounter those steps again, how to handle that.
Man, we really love the staircase analogy. It fits. It fits really well.
Very much so.
I think it's true that that you build your own pathway in many ways here. You're really creating creating the journey that you're taking. And there is no cut and dry. Like if you read an article or subscribe to some motivational podcast that tells you exactly how to get there, it's totally bullshit. You know, it's you really build your own journey, and you have to take your own path to get there. And there is no right or wrong answer for sure. So it's a good segue into our next point. We've talked about building a business. We've talked about scaling it. Now I want to talk about really lessons learned and kind of takeaways that people can, take home and action on. So what are you guys' like most proud moments of your careers? And, if you were to look back, what are some of the things that you've accomplished that you're really happy about?
I would say probably it was the best and worst moment. To date, I think it's also the only time Riot's ever done it. They advertised us in the actual in-game client for our event, and we thought we had like it was 1,080 people was the max we could hold, and we were like, okay, that should be fine. No, we're not gonna have that many people show up. Yeah, that was wrong. That was very wrong. We crashed 3 backup servers in the process of trying to get that event going. I think in total we had around 50,000 people try to come into a 1,080-person TeamSpeak server, not counting the staff that were on our side as well. So I think that today is probably one of the coolest things.
Wow.
There's so many things to point to for myself. I think one of them is just leaving behind an awesome community and legacy of people that are embrace the gaming spirit and the gaming community. But the second one is really when it comes to the employees that work for me through my organizations is helping them grow and develop and change and build their career. That's really impactful to me to see their growth and help them achieve more and hopefully to go on to greater and bigger things. And just to be able to know that, hey, I helped play a small part in that is really cool.
James, you have a inter-office book club, if I remember correctly, too.
Yeah, that's super, super great. I think we'll get to like some book recommendations later, but like we have a intercompany book club that we all sit around and help each other learn and grow and develop and discuss.
I think the people thing is a really good one. I'm super proud that I've created a business that people get paid and they can go home and feed their kids and their wives and everything. Like that's a really good position to be in. I think it's a lot of responsibility though. Like when I come down to some of the hard times, it was when we were in between funding and our company had like a month worth of runway left in the bank, and it wasn't me that I was thinking about. It was my employees. It was like these people who count on me to figure out how to get paid. I mean, that just ultimately pushed me harder, but it's definitely a lot of stress to take home as well.
I think the cool thing too is like you gave them that opportunity that you had to fight for in the first place to get into the industry. So being able to give that back it feels good.
And the development part as well. I mean, talking about book club, we do the same thing internally as well. We can definitely scale that up in this year. Is creating opportunities for people to grow, and especially when you're in a small company, whether you work for a startup or you own one, your level of impact is just so high. Like when you work in a giant corporation, like you are just a cog in a wheel, and if you want to impact some change, you have to go through management and executives and directors. But when you work for a startup, like anybody on my team can Slack me and give me some feedback, and it comes directly to the CEO, and you're damn well I'm going to consider it. So I think that's really important for team members.
So to me, my moment. So earlier I mentioned that my passion was to create games, get into the gaming industry and create games. I ended up at hardware. So to me, my moment of pure happiness is when I see the game companies, game developers that I idolize and look up to using an Origin PC. For example, Bethesda is using Origin PCs to show off the new Doom. And that's just pure joy when I see that. It's so amazing because I started in gaming. Doom was the game that got me hooked. Doom 2, many, many years ago. And now that company is actually using the company that I helped create, our PCs, to show off the new Doom. It's just kind of like, doesn't make sense. Like, is this real? Is this really happening?
You mentioned that Joe Rogan actually bought his own Origin PC.
Oh yeah, we were watching the fight last night, and Joe Rogan, I was like, hey, Joe Rogan has Origin PCs. And Austin's like, really? I'm like, yeah. We were going to sponsor him, and we laid out our sponsorship deal, and when you're sponsoring somebody, you have all these gives and gets, and you want X, Y, Z to happen, this tweet, this mention, all this stuff. And their team was like, you know what, we really don't want to be tied to all these specific things that we have to do. We just want some PCs, so we're just going to buy the PCs instead. And my team was like, oh, this is horrible, we're losing the sponsorship. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is beautiful. He's buying the PCs, the best of both worlds.
And he paid for it.
Yeah, so he paid for them, and occasionally you might see an Origin PC on one of his podcasts or something. But just the fact that he bought it and he owns it, and that's amazing.
For sure. How about what are the biggest lesson that you've learned that you can share with the audience that it's really been, what stuck with you the most as something that's really kept you going forward?
Be genuine. I think a lot of people, especially for those of you that are in the audience that are younger, that are wanting to do this, I think everyone up here started pretty young, and being genuine is a really big thing. People will call you out. They do know whenever you're being full of it, so just work hard and be genuine. People respect that.
Yeah, one thing we haven't touched on is business is really just a group of people. It's a group of people, and when you're dealing with people, you have to have trust. So being honest and being real with people is very important, because if you burn a bridge, that's going to come back, and it's a marathon. You're going to be in business hopefully for a long time, so you need to realize that every relationship you have is important, and that you treat people right.
It's a small industry too. Like, we have long memories.
It's true.
Yeah, the world is a small place in general, and now with social media, things travel so fast. But yeah, your reputation, your word, it's everything. And for us, individually, that was always important, but also when you look at a company, the brand is the reputation. So when we were building the company, it was always, what are we doing for the brand? So we could go into retail. I mentioned retail. We never went to retail. One of the reasons why is because that was not the right fit for the brand. Our brand is high-end, luxurious, custom, built to order. On a retail store, it's more like, I want to get it right now. And, I'm going to leave the store with it. I don't want the best. So that wasn't right for our brand. So we said, we can make a lot of money, get a lot of awareness doing the Best Buy or retail. But we said we have to do whatever's the right move for the brand in the long run.
Love that. I think I said mine earlier on, but I'll reiterate because I think it's really important. For me, it was maintaining those multiple sources of happiness in my life. And when I first started my company, pushed away friends, distanced myself from family. I sold things that made me happy, like hobbies. Like I stopped going skiing. I sold my nice car. And so I didn't have anything to do outside of work. And when I first started, that was great. I'm like, hey, there's no distractions. But, a few months in, and once things started going, rocky, which it always does when you build a small company, I didn't have anything else to do. Like, it was like, well, all my hobbies are gone, so what are we going to do? I'm just going to keep working. And then that just snowballs. And when you don't have anything else to turn to, or even just a really solid group of a handful of friends who to turn to when things go sideways, it can be a really dark place. So I think for me, it was really that, make sure from the beginning you can identify just a few small hobbies, a small group of friends who are supportive of the journey that you're on, which is really hard to find. It's really hard to find people who can look at this journey and, see what you're trying to do as more than just, you're building a business, but like it's your life. Like, this is really what you're into.
Tough finding those people because you want people that understand what you're going through and can motivate you and not hold you back, but you also don't want the people that are going to take your idea and go somewhere else. So yeah. It's a fine line, but I think it's doable with the right mentorship groups and stuff like that.
Yeah, on that topic, how did you guys, mentorship groups or potentially some, James mentioned motivational stuff. Like, what were the resources that you guys used to kind of carry yourself through this?
Yeah, so read. If you're very early on, you have got to, put in, because if you think your whole life of everything you've been taught, you've been programmed, you've been given programming, and a lot of that is from schooling, from teachers that have not built their own business, and from people that have not been in business. So you need to go input a wealth of knowledge into your brain about what is entrepreneurship, what is business like, and you can find all of that in books. You can learn from anyone, from the greatest founders in the world through all of time. So I can't over stress that enough. And that's where you can start to get some of these concepts and ideas, so that when you are around other real business owners and entrepreneurs, you can connect with them, because they're probably going to be interested in that stuff too. And then you can start to develop your own friend group within that of like-minded people, which then, of course, the average of the 5 people you hang out with is what you're going to become. So now you can start to network and associate with those people and ultimately grow.
Right. Love that. In my early days, I went through a small accelerator in my hometown up in Canada, where an accelerator is basically kind of an incubator of experienced entrepreneurs who are there just to give back. And you get kind of these executive in residence type people who are just mentors who are there to help you. And for me, it was great because I was almost, very hesitant to start my company because I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. And part of me was literally considering going to get my business degree to start a business, which it sounds like the path to go on, but it's totally not. school has a place, but if you want to be an entrepreneur, I don't think that's the place. And you can definitely learn things there. But for me, it was like the real life skills that I picked up was like having a mentor who was dedicated to my company, who had built like 6 businesses, who have all been acquired for, multiple millions of dollars. Like that for me was having that access to that knowledge base. Then they recommended those books. Whether you can do that thing virtually as well. There's plenty of resources, but I definitely encourage you, if you're in a decently sized city, to look at local accelerators, incubator programs, and find some of those things that work for you.
For Origin PC, we were lucky enough that there was 3 of us, so we were the ones that bounced everything off each other. We were the support system for each other, and we had been at Alienware for 10 years, so we did have some experience, so that helped us as well. But outside of the 3 of us, we really didn't have anyone to go to, because your friends and family if they haven't been through it, they don't fully understand it. And I remember a lot of people saying like, "Oh, you guys are crazy." 10 years ago, consoles were taking over. I know it doesn't look that way now, but 10 years ago, Xbox 360 and consoles were pretty much taking over. PC games were being pirated like crazy, so game developers and publishers were like, "Forget PC gaming, I'm losing money. I'm just gonna go console exclusive." But thank goodness for Blizzard, and thank goodness for Steam, who helped with digital rights management and made sure that pirating kind of went away. And we were lucky, and the economy was not doing that great also 10 years ago. So it was not the best time to start a PC gaming company, but luckily it worked out. And having 3 people actually was super beneficial, because if you have a partner, you're definitely gonna disagree with your partner. Mm-hmm. You're gonna have disagreements, you're gonna have to make tough decisions, and with 3 people, we could always just vote on it.
That's why there's 3.
Yeah, to have that democracy.
There you go.
Yeah, having good people is a really important one I was going to touch on as well. Is like in my early days, one of the earlier mistakes that I made was hiring a founding team that didn't all align with the startup mindset. And like one of my first decisions that I had to make as a fresh entrepreneur was actually firing one of my co-founders, because they didn't align with the actual mindset that you need to have in an early stage company. You have to really roll up your sleeves and do a lot of work when you're an early stage company. And a lot of people think of this as like, especially when you're a lot more senior and experienced, I think people come into this thinking they can be, a C-level executive right out the gate, which C-level executives in a big company, they don't do a lot of, ground level work. They're mainly in the executive, like leadership and management. But in those early days, finding people that can do the work is really, really important.
I think that touches on an interesting thing that all of you talked on too, is that people is like, whenever I was doing stuff, it was more community focused. We didn't have like a physical product. So the only way I could get feedback or consolidate the knowledge my team had was we had to go to events. We actually had to talk to people. And as someone that used to have really bad social anxiety, that in itself was a learning experience too. It was just making sure you're constantly trying to learn, always being a sponge. People have a lot of advice or can give sometimes bad advice, but you don't know that unless you're talking to a wide range of them.
Yeah, Austin, I think one of your questions is like the biggest mistake new entrepreneurs make, and you touched on it, which is the people you work with. Your co-founders are incredibly important. Ideally, you want to know this person for a number of years, had a relationship, not just find somebody off the street that you think, oh, they have the skills to do this, so we can make something great. Because having a co-founder or a group of co-founders, to me, is the second most intense relationship you can have right under marriage. Because you're going to be going through extreme highs and extreme lows, and if you can't trust this person, if they're not aligned, you're just going to have a lot of issues. I've seen a lot of founders, yell and scream at each other, and it's just not healthy, because ultimately you guys are on the same side of the table against the world, and if you can't even be aligned, if you can't trust your own partner, then how are you going to take on the world?
Yeah, that's a great point. And that honestly right there can kill a lot of companies. I've seen a lot of really promising companies that fell through because the founding team cannot be aligned on, objectives and priorities, and they just disagree, and it can be toxic. So finding the right mindset and having that trust is so key. And at this point, it's so important, especially as you go to scale. If you're scaling your company and you can't even agree with your co-founder, how are you going to go much further?
Yeah.
So closing out on this, what are some of the recommendations and resources you guys can recommend, whether it be books or podcasts, or what are the things that really stuck with you from, these entrepreneurs in the audience who have self-identified as trying to build their own business? What are some of the things that people can take away?
I'd say come to panels like this. Honestly, a lot of the like when I got started, I met some of my mentors I still have today that I've known for over a decade because I went to their panel and I came afterwards and asked a question, and they were nice enough to respond. So I followed them on Twitter or followed them on some kind of social. A lot of folks that do panels like this, we have lists on our Twitter or we have resources that we openly share as a group.
DMs are always open.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, you heard mine. You got to read books. You talk to any mentor you want through all of time. Like, what's better than that?
Yeah. How about books? Like, what are the couple recommendations
What
you can
books? Dale Carnegie, 1932, How to Win Friends, Influence People, a fundamental book for building relationships. 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Mindset, the psychology of the new successful people, I think it is the title. But Mindset, that's the book that I was introduced at Microsoft. That's what the CEO of Microsoft was able to like totally turn around Microsoft with, is having this growth mindset and not having a fixed mindset. So those are my top 3.
Yeah, I would add on to the book as well. The Lean Startup is a pretty good classic. The biggest principle there is about build, measure, learn. Like every iterative step of your process. Like when I first started my company, I wanted to build like the best damn platform in the world, and we pushed out our launch date so we could make it look perfect. And that's the opposite mindset. You want to put out something extremely minimal. You want to test it, measure it, and then just iterate from there.
Yeah, keep learning. Be a sponge, like these gentlemen mentioned. Come to things like this, read books, ask questions, reach out to people on social media and ask questions to them. And then the one thing I would say also is just be persistent. And whatever it is you're doing, if you failed 20 times, it doesn't matter. Do it again until you do whatever it is you're trying to do. Like we have our team, I'm heavily involved with the marketing team, and sometimes we'll be trying to reach out to somebody, and my team will be like, well, I reached out like a bunch of times and they haven't answered, so they're not interested. Like, no, that doesn't mean they're not interested. That means maybe they haven't read your email because they're getting emailed by everyone else.
Right.
So keep emailing them. I don't care how many times you email them. As long as you're professional and polite, be persistent and keep doing whatever it is you're trying to do until you get somebody that actually says, no thanks, I'm not interested. Then okay, move on.
I think one of the best pieces of advice my boss ever gave me was people don't respond till the 4th follow-up. Just completely, you have to message people multiple times.
Right.
Between spam boxes, 50 million emails the person's getting every day. It's not till at least the 3rd or 4th time that they're going to honestly see it.
Yeah, for sure. I think good entrepreneurs want to help other entrepreneurs. Like at the end of the day, like if you're a solid leader, and like I would love to. If anybody in this audience, has questions, we're gonna jump into Q&A here. But if you're either too shy or can't think of a question, like DM me on Twitter. Like my @handle will be on that screen as soon as the panel wraps up. Like we're all here to help. So on that note, I just want to close out by thanking the panelists here for being here. I think there's a lot of good lessons that we've all taken away. I've even learned some from hearing you guys talk, and love sharing the stories. But now it's all about you guys. So if you have questions, if you thought of something, we've got a couple mics here. I would love to jump into some Q&A here. So please don't be shy.
But don't stampede now. It's okay. Everyone calm down.
We're here for you.
We'll get there.
Go ahead here on the left.
All right. Hi, how's it going, guys? Hi, Kevin.
Hello, buddy.
So, I guess one of the things is when you guys went from that realization of being that big company, how did you transition your mindset of now myself as a brand, not just my company, and everything that you put, people watch it? And how do you deal with that? How did you change from I'm just an everyday guy to people were paying attention to what I say every day? Anytime I post to Twitter, there it is. I guess would be kind of my question.
I can take that one.
Yeah.
For me, there wasn't a turning point. From day one, it was always in my mind that whenever I'm out doing something, I'm representing this company and this brand. And that was the start of Origin PC, but even back at Alienware, I was VP of marketing there. And I remember that our marketing team was going to QuakeCon for fun. We were taking our own vacation and going, and I'm like, I need to meet with you guys beforehand. And they're like, oh, what are you talking about? This is a fun trip, not a work trip. Like, we just have to have a quick discussion. And I had to explain to these employees, like, hey, you represent a company, even though you're there in your own personal time. You work here, you represent that company. So everybody, if you're working somewhere or if you own the company, you're always representing that company when you work there. This is my mindset.
Not even if you own a company, you represent yourself every day. True. We all have social media, so what you say and do, is shown to the world.
Yeah, and think forward, like, if you looking at yourself right now, imagine yourself in 5 years as a CEO, like, think about what you're posting on Twitter today, because like people go back, like people will find shit about you on the internet. It's not a good thing. We've seen enough of this on people, consider yourself very seriously from the beginning, because you never know what you're going to turn out to be.
The internet does not forget.
Yeah.
And also, just because you hit delete on that tweet does not mean it's actually deleted.
Yeah.
There are programs for that.
Yeah, no kidding. Great question, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. When you guys are starting from what feels like nothing, what are some of your strategies and tactics for getting in touch with potential new clients and building a client base, lead generation, and managing that and pushing forward to scale?
It's a fantastic question. I mean,
Talk to everyone, tell everyone about what you're doing, because when you have no foundation, you've just got to start telling. And eventually, some people might say, oh, you know what, someone actually I know could really use this. That's if you're just starting from nothing, right? And eventually you start to build a community and a network of people that the right people to go to ask for the right things. But you've got to, that's what we call hustle.
Yep.
yeah, and you're here at PAX. Like, that's a huge step. For me, I literally built my business from going to conventions. I mean, TwitchCon, E3, PAX West, PAX South, PAX East, you have to be in the center of your community.
I think every conversation is also a chance to refine your pitch too. Like, just because you had a good conversation one time doesn't mean it's going to happen every time, and vice versa. So every one of those conversations is a new chance to learn a better way to present not only your product, but also yourself.
Yeah, my first lead gen was literally going on Twitch, going into streams, and just sending 100 bits to every single streamer and saying like, hey, could I ask 5 minutes of your time when you're off stream? I want to ask you a question about my business. So really just having the confidence to go out there and just try shit. Yeah, that's a great point as well.
Meetups.
I mean, I'm from a really small town in northern Canada, so I don't have PAX around me, right? So you have to actually spend money to come to these things, and when you don't have that luxury, you got to be creative online until your business is at a point where you can afford to drop a few $1,000s to fly across to a different country to go to a conference. So, great question. Thank you.
Do you have a book list available publicly anywhere that you'd recommend?
Ooh, it's a good question.
So we
should
reference for
tweet
later.
something.
Yeah.
Is that for any of us, or?
Yeah, for sure.
I can make one, yeah.
There we go.
We'll tweet one after this.
Perfect.
We'll all
Thank you.
share for sure.
Thank you for your time.
This is going to be kind of a different question for this. I work in agriculture. I work in dairy, the dairy industry. And every convention I go there is always talking about the Asian market, the emerging market for the, North American products. It's probably more based towards gatekeepers. Everyone in the dairy industry or ag industry that's in control is 65, 60. How do you get past those gatekeepers to get them to see the future of esports or see the future of technology? Like, I think with the dairy industry, there's potential there to advertise in China based on esports. So how do you communicate to that older generation?
Ooh. I'll hop in on this one. I think the hardest thing, when we were trying to figure it out, was because this was years ago. Esports was on its now second comeback at this point, and it was about finding things that the people we wanted to talk to already understood, and finding those ways to bridge that conversation, whether it was using sports metaphors or whatever you needed to do. And I think that was the part that helped me the most, and even now I still use that skill when talking to people outside the industry, is just figuring out ways that your message makes sense to them in terms that they understand. I know it doesn't help you out with the gatekeeping part as much.
Well, no, I mean, they understand the dollars. I mean, if you talk to them about Mercedes stepping into advertising now with ESL or Facebook or something like that, they understand. But whenever you're discussing esports, it's like, what are you talking about?
I think it's the times are changing. It's if you look at a graph, I have one in my investor deck where it shows the Super Bowl graph of viewership trending down and esports trending up. That kind of stuff speaks to that older generation.
Yeah, I use the statistic that men under 24 are more likely to watch esports than regular sports now. And that's just something that's never occurred to them. If I discuss that I went to the international, it's like, oh, you going to play? No, that's like a high school player going to play. In the NFL, it's not what you think it is.
Data tends to be really convincing.
Yeah.
So if you can get a buy-in for just a small experiment and and then take those results and say, this is what we did in this small experiment, now you can use that to snowball your momentum to go do something bigger.
See, and I do have the connections. When I have my own business, I'm established. I'm not even trying to get into business in this. I'm just trying to help the two industries. I see there's a marriage there, and I've got the connections to guys that are high up, but it's trying to get them to go see that is the problem. Like ESL in LA coming up, I want to take a group out there so the dairymen or the advertisers can actually see what it is.
That's honestly, I think your best. I think I think everyone here has probably walked at least one or two people older than them around a live event, so they could show what it actually looks like. People have to feel that community too. You know, it's one thing to see kids in a basement playing video games, quote unquote, but you see thousands of people in a stadium cheering for TSM or Team Liquid, because you know NA never gets out of Worlds anyway. Hey, thank you. I appreciate you guys got that joke. That makes me happy.
100%.
Okay.
Thank you. Great question.
If you had to do it all over again, what would you do differently?
Don't make the mistakes I made.
I don't know, the mistakes are like so important on your journey though. I mean, if you look at that staircase, I mean, you're like, we talk about like no regrets or no regrets if you're a fan of that movie. But when you look back at it, I mean, every mistake that I've made has ultimately just made sure I wouldn't make it again. And I would honestly, I would make the mistakes again, I think, because I've learned so much from doing it. Like having, like I mentioned, going through an experience of firing a co-founder, like that experience taught me so much, from legal to interpersonal to negotiations. Like I would do it again, and it almost destroyed me, but I would totally do it again.
Yeah, you do need the learning experiences and the mistakes. So there's really not one thing I can look back and change, because if I change that one thing, what else would have changed because of that one thing?
We wouldn't be here today.
Yeah, I would read more.
Without those things, right?
I would read more, because when I first started, I didn't read anything during all of my high school or even before that. I just hated reading. And I kind of had that same mindset going to this, like I don't like books. But once I started, like it got really addicting. So I would read earlier and I would read more.
I would have gotten a tournament license for Fortnite. That's just.
Okay, thank you.
Every couple of years, every industry is going through the period of violent rearrangement with changing landscape. What warning signs are you looking out for to adapt your strategy accordingly and prepare for the incoming change?
Ooh, great question.
Well, esports used to be something that we could invest money into, and then it became negative ROI. Influencers used to be something that's becoming a negative ROI, depending. So we're looking for the next big thing. So an indicator is that, you know, influencers or that way of advertising is becoming more and more challenging. So we need to find a different way to advertise. Personally, that's for Origin PC. What is the next big thing? Who knows? But the indicators are there that we need to find another way that we can reach gamers effectively.
I think following thought leaders on social media is a good one. I like LinkedIn personally for that, because whenever I see people not talking about the things that were very hyped or trending and suddenly shifting to a different conversation, that's generally a warning sign to me that there's some kind of thought process on a high level that's different than what's known in the mainstream.
Yeah, there's really getting in at this right stage too. Like if you look at the early adopter chart, like once the masses start looking at something, you know, if you look at a general growth chart, you know, it usually starts to decline. It's like once my mom told me to buy Bitcoin, I knew it was over.
That hurt.
So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi. I just had a question for just starting out. If you guys had something about just general business model and how you would construct that for people just starting out.
Ooh. I think you guys touched on all of this really well, and that's my only advice I ever got was identifying that problem you have to fix. If you're not doing something for someone else, then they're not going to pay you for it.
Yeah, and the problem has to come from a place of pain, like user pain, in some way or shape or form. Like people, there's generally when you look at business models, there's the vitamin and antibiotic model. It's like the vitamin just makes your life a little better, but the antibiotic you can't live without. And so finding, you know, in some ways, you know, you can build a sustainable business on being the vitamin, but the antibiotic is the one that I think people will pay for.
For Origin PC, our first year was, what do we need to do to break even? That was all we cared about. If we could break even and survive, then that's all we need for year one. So for a startup, make sure you're looking at the finances and the math and say, you know, what do I need to break even? Get there first, and then, okay, what do I need to now take it to the next level after I can survive?
Yeah, honestly, I can even contrast that with a different, like, when we started, we intentionally lost money so we could chase growth. And I'm in a very different business. You know, I'm in a kind of a social economy type business where we have an app that we're looking for users and activity and retention. But we gave away our product on purpose so that we could get feedback and we could build relationships. It's like, look at Discord. They were free forever. And now we all love Discord because, you know, you might pay for Nitro now, but you chose to pay for it. You don't really need to. Different between social versus, you know, physical product is huge. But in learning about your business and, you know, what makes that type of business successful is also a huge part of it.
All right, thank you.
Great question. All right, that's it for questions, but it's not over. If you guys had questions or were just too shy to come ask us, we will probably be hanging out just outside the lobby here if you want to come hang out and jam with us. But feel free to grab us all on social media. Near the end, we should have our handles here back on the screen. But really, thank you guys for coming.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming on!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with. Those games were somebody's legacy. This is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.
Let's go boom. Ocean waves and try to come to life. Don't let go of the bright blue sky because the future's looking far too light. Are you ready for a long dive ship to stand still and carry me through the starry night? Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the docks of moonlit worlds that make collide. Keep your eyes on mine. surface of my heart. The feelings never gone. A brave adventurer like me. Members everywhere that I've come from. Keep your feet to the vacuum sky, 'cause it's surrounding us out here. Follow the trail of the stardust of the ones that came before us, and we'll see what we've always been there. Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the dots of newly worlds that make a light. Keep your eyes on mine.
Full force.
of starlight, the innocent lifetime flickers and flashes under a canvas. No, nobody seems worth it, while the feeling's sophisticated. The view is so restrained. The past is nearing closer and closer, I fear. So let's just cut the bullshit and tell me who's independent. Thumbs twiddling and your life's escaping your mind. Keep in mind, well, the air ain't as free as it used to be, but that's quite alright when you're still 18, it seems to be. And I'll tell you who's overrated. What's a beautiful person with some hideous dreams? While the lining is in silver, we're verging on the side of the road that'll take us home. The edge of us is getting weighed. Read about your life in your local papers. Realize the end of us is getting near. You're just a droplet of paint trickled off your canvas. Delirious illusion flowing backwards through the river of color while we analyze to try to see it clearer. Secretly appealing to a lonely prisoner. Now what's your vision? Initiate your shading, blend the universe together in time. It only gets a little easier. Suddenly piece yourself back together now. What's your vision?
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming in!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with. Those games were somebody's legacy. This is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.
Man, I don't wanna have to give a damn about you or your inhibitions. And after all, you're the one who taught me love was not for everybody. However, I'm starting to see this world in the right light, yet it still gets darker. You see, it's just a simple symphony or a painting, whatever. It's a natural path that spans infinitely, but my world is crumbling. Let it collapse into the abyss. In the midst of summer it won't exist. This emptiness, it's just a blank slate, waiting for a painter to interfere. It's quite complex, but what I know.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming on!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with. Those games were somebody's legacy. This is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.
Let's go boom.
Oh, hey, live.
Oh snap, we're live.
Yep.
All right. How's it going, everyone? You still alive? Barely?
Yeah, that sounds like Sunday.
Yeah, it's Sunday. I'm running on a muffin and coffee, and you're running on a turkey hoagie and coffee, so...
Yeah, but so long as the coffee aspect's in there, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, exactly. So, do you know who we are, first of all?
Let's get that out of the
Let's get that out of the way. 1, 2, 3, okay, good. So you kind of know what to expect for the next hour-ish or so. Oh yeah, this is our audience, definitely.
Yep. Oh yeah.
So yeah. So I'm Brian. I go by Live Studio Brian, and this is Zito. We're from Team 4-Star, and this is our first PAX ever, and we're really excited to be here. And we're really happy to see a lot of our audience here enjoying what we do for Bargain Barrel Live. So, Bargain Barrel is basically a brainchild Zito and I came up with where we wanted to showcase indie games, games that don't get a lot of attention or are in the middle of crowdfunding that we believe in. And the game we have for this panel, I thought it would be appropriate.
For those who have watched our show, it might be a repeat performance, but this game got a huge update, so we figured this would be silly enough for what we like. Yeah.
I do have one important question. Anyone here allergic to shellfish? You gotta leave. I'm sorry.
Out.
Out. No.
Poor one guy, huh? Well, fear not, because we're going to quash all those fears away, because that is the entire point of this game. May have crabs. May contain some amount of crabs.
Just a little bit of crabs? Just a little bit. Quick thing, while this panel is going on, I will also be the mediator for this. If you guys have any questions, TFS related, TFS at the table related, we will try to answer them in any way we can that won't get us in trouble.
I mean, heck, I know a couple of people in here have seen me for the Unexpectables, and if you don't know what that is, it's a D&D campaign where I play one of the characters. It's Taz the Kobold Ranger, if that means anything to anyone. I see one person in there who knows what that is.
And I play Sid for TFS's Final Fantasy VII Mission Abridged, and I also play Mustard when we did the April Fool's Kai special.
And I'm also that one guy with that annoying voice you may have heard once or twice. Yeah, Wombat!
So while this is going on, if you have any questions, we have mics here. Please make a single file line, and I will point out, you can ask. There might be some chaos because we're going to be playing while answering your questions.
Heated gamer moments may rise once or twice.
That's exactly. This is a 13 and up panel because we're a bit of salty sailors here. He's the literal salty sailor.
Well, I mean, I'm the guy from New York City, so I live on the coast, and my family are mostly like people who have worked in the Navy, so that just kind of like bleeds on through.
Exactly. So, without further ado, let's wait till everyone gets seated. Hello.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. And of course, at the end of the panel, keep your ticket that you received at the door because we're going to be giving away 10 of the Natural Wonders flags at the end of the panel.
So if you like that D&D campaign with all them pirates and stuffs, that we got you covered right there.
And if you just want something to decorate your room or office, I mean, these are massive. These are 3x2?
Yeah.
I believe 3 foot by 2?
Yep.
Exactly. Okay, so I believe we are ready to get started. Let's show off the game.
We warned you.
Yes, we did warn you.
So, this is Fight Crab. You can see the chaos that's ensuing. We don't even have the control in our hand. It's bumping pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
This is currently on Itch.io for $14.99, I believe.
Yes, this is a $15 game.
It has plans to be put on the Switch. I know that for sure.
Yes, that was confirmed by the devs that this will be a Switch title. So that's something that I think every developer now has to have in their FAQ. This will be on the Switch soon, stop asking.
Especially when they just start off their Kickstarter, just like, all right, we just want to make sure that we have our cash in hand. Is it going to be on the Switch? We really just want to make sure we actually have a budget to put the game out in general.
Exactly. So we actually did a little bit of the tutorial last night to get that out of the way so we can just go right into the campaign. Alrighty, I'm going to raise the volume just a teeny bit.
Yep. So already,
this is your starter crab.
Yeah, this is my start crab, but let me see what I can purchase for, no. Okay, just equip crowbar, shield, a butterfly sword. A clay.
We got, should we buy something now or save?
Well, hold up, because we got that, but then we have crabs to choose from as well. Oh, there's coconut crab, just, you know, the things that could snap trees in half or break steel.
Exactly.
You know, no pressure. You know, we got tiny little snow crabs, but then we got this boy right here.
Exactly. Any Sun and Moon fans? Yeah, I didn't think so.
All right, so we have, apparently there's a level up system.
Yep.
The strength of my snow crab. Well, yeah, okay, sure, because as we all know, the snow crab is most known for its strength.
It is the most balanced of the crustacean. All right, so let's get started.
All right, so apparently we can either be kaiju or we could be Game of Thrones. I don't know about you, but being the DM of a D&D campaign, I'm feeling.
I was about to say TNT. Oh,
Yeah,
well, I didn't know we were doing a Minecraft campaign next.
You know.
Yeah.
All we need is creepers, and we can have heated gamer moments on that one too.
All right.
All right. So.
Oh.
He's got a. Okay, dude's got a sword.
He's got a sword now.
Right out the ready. All right.
Oh, jeez.
All right. Can I? Nope.
Oh, grab the sword.
I'm trying.
Grab it.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, come on.
Grab it.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Now
what
we
now?
have sword.
What now?
Oh, he's going for the candlestick.
It's fine. Candelabras have no matches against that. So, there's a sword on the table too. So, the whole point of this game is I'm sure people here have heard this fun little quaint game. I'm not sure if you heard of it, Super Smash Brothers, where if you do damage, you do all that percentile stuff to your enemy. And the more you pile on damage, the more your the crab flips over. Your goal is to knock the crab over so hard that when they land on their shell, they have 3 seconds before they're tagged out. And dead.
Bam. First round.
But, okay, I can't see a thing, though. That's a little bit of a problem.
That is a bit of a problem. But like I said, if you folks have any questions, mics are live. I will point out to you, and feel free to ask us any questions.
Oh my God, he's got a two-handed axe. Okay, I will try to steal the axe. Yeah, come on. This is a great idea. Ah! No, it's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. I'm just trying to grab him with my not dexterous hand. Ow.
Oh, he's slipping. He's slipping.
Come on, dude. Ooh. Yep. Give me that. Boom. Got him. All right, where's that axe? It's mine now. Wait, no, continue. No, I want to continue. All right, the game gives you. That's not a crab.
Ready.
That's not a crab. Excuse me.
Judge. Judge.
Yeah.
I call shenanigans. Judge.
Oh, wait, there we go. Oh, he's got a warhammer.
Oh, geez, we got Thor up in here.
Okay.
Oh, geez. Oh, and another. Oh, 2v1.
No, it's fine. It's fine. What does he have? A mace?
It's fine.
I have the bladed weapons. I'm super fine. I don't know if I'm doing damage or not. I'm seeing numbers go up, and I can't move. Help.
Sword bro. All right, wield that axe.
Oh, my sword's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, right, there's stamina.
Yeah, well, durability.
No, it's stamina. Like, if you keep using the same thing over and over again, it's like... Oh, wait, can I pick up the chair? It gave me the option to pick up the chair.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, back out! Back out! Yep. All right, lobster.
Stay down. Stay down. Stay down.
Stay down!
Yes. Lobster down.
Ow.
Oh, jeez. He's trying to mace us.
Wait, what's that? I saw I could grab something.
You can grab the pottery, I think. Grab the
chalice.
Chalice. Yes, the ultimate weapon.
Give me the cup. I wish for the butter and tartar sauce. Put it on.
Fetch me the goblet of malt vinegar. All right.
Yeah, come on.
And we down.
All right, you know what? I don't need any other weapon. I have this one. This is fine.
The chalice is fine. As I said, chalice, ultimate weapon.
Yeah,
right?
what does he got? A table? Nah, it's fine.
What does he have?
What does he have?
What does he have?
He has a spear.
He has a spear. Oh, he's got that reach.
Oh.
He's got reach.
Oh, no, it's a curved sword.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, he's got that parry maneuver. I just knocked out his sword with a goblet. Oh, this game whips ass. Yeah, come on!
With the chair!
Oh! No, you know what? Here.
Make him drink defeat. Oh, jeez.
Taste these hands.
Catch these big meaty claws.
Oh my God, I have 101. I didn't even notice how much damage I have taken.
You got candlestick. Candlestick.
Back up. Retreat.
Back up. No.
Oh, no. No.
Oh. Yes. Woo.
Just stay down.
Yes. Stay down.
Pinch him. Pinch him good.
Excuse me. All right, who's next?
I can take on any challenger, especially what a blue crab with a.
He's dual wielding.
Oh no.
Oh jeez.
Quick.
Candlestick.
I got it. Stole the sword.
All right.
Come on.
No. Parry riposte.
I'm trying so hard. Listen, this is the Dark Souls of crabbing. You got to understand something here.
Oh, man.
Low-hanging fruit jokes, that's all we're about here.
Yeah, that is exactly.
You know us for our TFS comedy when it comes to the low-hanging fruit.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, please, come on.
Just grab it. Grab it.
I'm trying to grab something. Give me that. Give me. You know what? Hold on. Back it up.
Oh, no. No.
No! Wave your arms.
Inertia. Physics. Yeah.
Oh,
you got him.
Just wait. There's gonna be a level where one of the stages is either you're a kaiju battle, and there's one in a restaurant where it's a circle ring, and then like other crabs start getting chauffeured in by a giant golden dragon.
Yeah, that lightsaber physics.
No!
Get up. No. Ah.
This is how snow crabs die in the wild. You know this, right?
Have y'all not watched Deadliest Catch on Discovery?
This is all based on fact, not fiction. I expect all of you to understand this.
This is a man of the sea. He knows more than any of us.
Yes, I know from my starboard, from my port bows. Yep, exactly.
Exactly.
All right,
so we did earn some money.
All right, well, that didn't work out so well, but because we did beat up a few other a shuriken.
Shuriken, huh? What do you... Sure.
Oh, but we did hairy crab. Oh, yeah. Or a lobster, or I can't buy the coconut crab just yet. You believe in the hair?
Believe in the hair?
Do we want to call him Cousin It?
Do we want to bring in Cousin It? All right.
All right. Let's find out if this was worth it at all. So we have our crab, but the problem is now we have to equip our crab.
Oh, yeah. Look at the strapping lad.
Oh, we have... Oh, of course. As in any good fighting game, you have your alt skins. Thank you, yes.
Exactly.
All right, I'm feeling... I don't know if I even made a difference at all, but I like bright orange, like a traffic cone.
Oh, yeah, no, I think you're fine.
I think traffic cone works. So...
Let's see. We didn't earn...
What are we feeling? As we all know, this guy who has like a pincer that's not even the size of his face has all the strength in the world, so obviously we gotta buff that. Oh, and it has Dark Souls logic too, so if you add the points, it just deletes it all. Cool.
All right.
We're ready. It's happening. So, we all saw what happened with swords and sorcery, but what happens when we want to go to the city and go street fighting?
Ready.
Oh, come on!
It knew.
You know what?
It knew.
You know what? Here.
Yes. We're hulking this.
Catch these Toyotas. Let's go.
The most common car on the street.
Oh God, it didn't work at all.
Tree? Can you get the palm tree?
No, I'm taking his long arms, his long, stupid arms. I have a tree. You know what? Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, you have tree.
Take this.
And tree, bro. It's fine. You know what? It's fine. It's fine.
Oh my God, he's T-posing for dominance on me so hard.
Oh my God, he wants us to catch those hands.
Oh! Oh, get parried on.
I love the scuff marks, like the actual singe marks on the
I'm on him. Come on.
Pinch him in the face. Do it.
It's like that stupid car commercial with the pinching crab. Come on.
In the face.
Come on.
Face. Keep at him. Keep at him.
Yeah. There we go.
All right. Next contender.
Ready.
Elbow crab.
Oh God.
Go. And he went. Is he? Oh my Lord! He's dual wielding trees. He's dual wielding trees.
That's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
Here we go.
We got car.
Catch this fuel efficiency.
All right in the face.
Oh, his elbows are too big. He's whiffing.
He's whiffing.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, he's got the reach, but I'm right on top of him.
Gotta go for the body blow.
Wait. Quarter damage. Let's go.
Go.
Ow.
Oh, did he get you?
Yep. But, oh God, what's happening?
I don't know. You're just singeing him. That's all I know.
But it's fine.
It's fine.
I'm
literally go for the face.
Just sit on his arm, his giant meaty elbow. Just sit on it.
Yeah, he can't hit you if you're sitting on his arm. And down. All right. Oh no.
It's fine. I believe in the power of friendship. It's fine. This is the part where I drill into the heavens or some nonsense.
Quick, use Dragon Fist.
Oh! Ow!
Pin him to the building. Body blow. Oh, jeez.
Take this car.
Take the car.
I'm doing a lot of damage to him, but...
Yeah, it's because you got him pinned to the building. Oh, he's got a
Man, who knew being small and hairy was the key to victory all the way?
Nope, not going there.
Yeah. Thank you. I was like,
yes!
I set him up, but was he gonna knock it down? And I'm glad you chose not to.
Exactly.
He's got a knife!
Lobster with a knife!
Go! And the gun! Oh my God!
He has an edged weapon!
Give me that gun.
Get the gun. Get the gun. Go for the gun.
Please.
Because clearly that's gonna work. Go for the assailant's gun. Tree. We're gonna use tree strats.
Come on.
Oh no.
I don't think he's able to hit me with the gun because it's just too unwieldy.
I mean, we're right up in his face.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't think the recoil on a Magnum, a cowboy Magnum.
Oh, it went off.
I don't know. What is happening?
What is happening?
Ah!
Oh, jeez.
Hold on. You know what? Take a shot. I dare you.
You're really gonna tempt fate now?
I'm gonna tempt it.
You're gonna...
Ah, okay. Case in point, we found it out. Okay, he actually can aim. I doubted his aim, and that was my mistake.
Yes, that was.
But it's all right, though. We just flip him over. Ow. Bastard.
He's pistol whipping you. He's pistol whipping you. Oh.
Flip over!
Wait.
Let's put the tree on him.
Get gun. Get the gun.
Where's his gun?
Where's gun? Ah.
Did he take away his gun? What does he have? What are those?
I believe those are engines.
It's okay, though. Protect me.
Yeah, the tree will protect you. Meanwhile, at SpaceX testing facility, Elon, what have you done?
I imagine he just saunters on up to me, and before he starts swinging his claws, I must break you.
This is the crustacean equivalent of Big O, just so you know.
All right, so wait, so who do you think Steve Bloom would voice then?
Steve Bloom is the lobster, of course. I mean, the lobster is Big O. Just look at it.
No. No! Here, get up! Oh. It's
So
okay.
close.
It's okay though. We didn't win that fight, but oh wait, I pressed continue.
You want a rematch? You know what? Yeah, a rematch.
You know what? Fine. I'll show him. I don't need weapons.
No.
Does this mean technically the hair lost to an android?
Come on!
Oh man, he's just not giving him up. It's like,
You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna block. I'm gonna be a coward.
You're gonna...
Coward tactics.
So you're...
Where is he going? I don't even have to do anything. I feel like Luigi in Mario Party.
Oh god. Oh, you brought back some old wounds. No, let's just wait. You know what? Don't touch it.
Okay, it's okay. We'll wait.
We'll wait. Take your time. So how's everybody doing? Good? Good.
Find any cool games at PAX? This one? Oh, cool. You know what? That's the whole point of the show. We do these normally bi-weekly on TFS on our stream, on Stream 4-Star.
Yep.
We normally give them like a week so like we can find other really cool games to show off, and if we don't, we usually have mods because there's a bunch of games that have infinity lifespans because of mods.
In fact, the last episode we did before he came here was actually Darkest Dungeon with mods, and man, those are fun.
They have.
He's just hurting himself.
Not.
Oh, geez.
Wait. Okay. No, I'm actually.
He's flanking. He's flanking.
How did this happen?
He flanked you. No, move, wiggle. Yes.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna pinch you so hard, dude. It's fine. Don't.
I'm gonna make sure you're awake.
Back attacks, poke damage. Oh my god, it's working.
Oh my god, it's working.
Oh!
Judge.
There he goes.
There he goes. Oh my gosh. Wait. There we go! Oh, final. Who is it? Excuse me!
Okay, I might be a little startled.
Yeah, I did all the startling for you.
No, it's, you know what? Just get underneath him. It's fine. I've taken no damage so far.
Yeah.
Watch me JVC this crab.
Good lord.
Catch these pincers. Let's go. Come on. Stop running. Why are you running?
Gotta go for that low center of gravity.
Yep.
Careful.
No, it's fine. I'm blocking. He keeps whiffing.
I know he keeps whiffing, but just by sheer mass, he's pushing you.
Man, I can't wait to show everyone that there's spirit bombs and kamehamehas in this game too.
There are specials in this game.
you get hypers at a certain point.
I think this is actually the fight that showcases the special.
No, it goes on further. Like
it goes on further.
That's the cool thing about this game is that like it gives you.
What did I say?
You know, I was trying to be optimistic, Brian, and then you just did that to me. So thanks for ruining everyone's good time. It's fine, 2%. I'm only 2%.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, we're good.
That was the worst wake up 3 I've ever seen, dude. I'm still pinching. Dude, you got nothing on this. It's fine.
Can we also just take a moment to appreciate the soundtrack for this game?
Oh, just wait till we start like going to the restaurant or like going to the Ninja Academy.
Oh, that's right.
Oh man, it like starts like it becomes a Naruto episode so quick.
Quick, someone tell Gaijin Goomba.
Oh, nah, he's home right now with.
I know. Poor dude's sick.
Come on, man.
Get him.
All right.
Get him in those teeny little arms.
All right. Poke damage isn't really doing all that much.
Nah.
So what if I block him all the way and then? Come on. Oh, he pinched me.
Uh-oh. Oh, geez.
Yeah, I'm right underneath you, dude. It's fine. Come on. You know what?
Car?
Yeah, car.
Yeah, car.
Oh, you are fucked now, my dude. Let's go.
Oh, geez.
Yeah!
Nice.
Oh my god, that actually did something. I need more cars. I'll be right back.
All right, quick, to the dealership.
I'll be right back.
There's one.
Yep.
Get it. Oh, geez.
Where'd it go? Where's it go? Did he take it? No.
He knocked it out of your hand.
Ow.
Ow. Oh, jeez. In the face! Hit him in the face!
Oh, you know what? I haven't been standing up this whole time. I have not been asserting dominance. I've been laying low the whole time. Come on!
Go! Oh, jeez. Oh! Come on! Oh, no.
Oh, no. No, it's fine.
It's fine. Oh, jeez. Try it.
I'll block it. Oh, my god.
No. Oh, my god. No! Harry! Oh!
I'm still in it, baby.
Yes! Oh, jeez. Oh, no.
Could you say that so Harry could hear that? I don't think he heard that last bit.
How many hearts do crabs have?
Yeah!
Wait. He only needs one! All right.
Now, hyper mode is now available.
There we go.
Now it is time to equip hypers. Oh, and look at that.
The restaurant.
The Krabby Walk and Fire.
Oh, God.
All right, we haven't actually given any of our guys weapons so far. What if though? Well, hold on. I like the idea of just making this a complete shit show, but you know.
Oh, fun idea. What if we Gordon Freeman it?
Gordon Freeman?
Shall we Gordon Freeman it?
It's only $800. I feel like that's cheap.
But we can put the rest in stats. Double
Freeman?
Double Freeman.
Yeah, sure. You know what? That's fine.
All right.
We're here, folks. Half-Life 3 confirmed here on Bargain Barrel.
And you don't need a VR headset. Okay.
Oh, that looks amazing. That looks like
just needs the glasses.
That looks like I'll be able to hit everything, including myself.
No stat?
Oh, stat.
I was gonna say, come on, man, we got.
I mean, we could have proven ourselves and not have to do that, but whatever. Let's see. Endurance reduces stamina needed for attacks, makes you harder to knock down. I like the idea of dumping stats into strength and resistance, just cause like, just they size you up. Ha! Ow.
Let's see.
Oh, I have to actually pick first.
Yeah.
That's 4.
Let's.
Now.
Okay, and then we'll.
Oh.
We can add 1. We can take literal. Oh my God, we can literally take it to 11. All right, there we go.
All right, let's check out this restaurant.
Who's hungry?
God, I am.
Oh God, don't remind me.
Ready.
We have a Oh jeez.
Go.
Oh, I parried it.
Oh, yes. Oh,
So the whole point of this match is to knock him off the table, or flip him. It doesn't matter.
You lost the crowbar.
It's fine. It's fine.
Down.
Yeah, it's all right. What?
Mitten crab. What?
He's got Tomphus.
Oh jeez.
Here we go.
There we go. We back.
What now? Mine's made of metal. This is not working. I've actually forgotten the fact that the Tomphus are really big and can block a lot of things.
We need to take a scientific approach to this.
Oh yes, clearly the scientific approach in this game.
We literally made a.
Or just roll on top of them. That's fine. Don't fall off the table.
Oh.
No, you no! No!
Ready.
Yes, I am ready.
Yeah, we're clearly ready.
I am so ready. Oh. It's okay, we can continue.
Yeah.
Ready.
Welcome to Crab Facts. Crabs have
Go.
1 heart.
Thank you.
Man.
The more you know.
That's some good crab. All right, do the crab facts say anything about the fact that they wield nunchucks?
At least it's not gun chunks.
Come on.
Oh, flank him. Flank him.
I just want to whack him over the head with this thing over and over. Just like,
just play the Half-Life sound effects.
yeah. Or have the scientist stab. Ah!
Freeman, what are you doing? Get off of me, Freeman.
Come on.
This is a very important experiment, Freeman.
You're just spanking him right now.
Yeah, I'm like,
You're just.
Alright, the safe word is chowder.
please, please.
In the face. In the face.
I mean, he's got the arm space, but look how tiny his body is.
Yep, keep in mind with the table.
Yes! Yes! Come on. You know what? I need a little bit more space because he does have the elbow room, though. Also, it would be good if I actually use the right control. If I use the D-pad, which was the general move button, and
he's back up.
Oh,
he's back up. Remember, we also have hyper mode now.
I didn't equip it.
Are you sure? Because isn't that the gauge right there? The yellow circle around.
Oh, is it?
I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
All right, stay down. Admit defeat. It's fine. I'd be scared of me too. Oh, okay, I'm scared now.
Ready.
I'm really. Oh God.
Go.
It's a halberd.
I'm not scared of the coconut crab as much as I'm scared of what he has in his claws.
Yes, the halberd.
Please. Oh my God. You know what? No, I'm playing the push game.
Just right in the face.
I'm gonna be that guy who plays Virtua Fighter and just tags people out.
So you're that player, huh?
I'm that player. Oh, absolutely. I will take the cheap shot.
Oh no. Use it! Hyper mode! Touchpad! It's the touchpad.
What is happening? Okay,
I don't know.
My controller is vibrating so hard right now.
I don't know. Let's just roll with it.
Yeah, come on. There we go.
Oh, that would have been so good.
Ow.
Body blow.
Come on.
Come on. He can't hit you. You're like right under him.
Yes, he is. He so is.
In the face. Pinch him in the face. Oh no.
I got his arm.
You got his arm?
I think I do. Oh
no.
It's bad.
No. Up. I think we're almost ready for hyper mode again. Yes, hyper mode.
Get out of here.
Why won't you die?
Why am I dying?
Get up.
Whoo. Oh, what now? You fought me before when I only had no weapons.
Oh no. Try to get him off the... Oh no. Oh no. Wait, go. No. No. You lose. The game didn't have to remind us.
Passive aggressive game. All right, so that obviously didn't work. We got 3,000 to play with, though.
All right.
Don't be so crabby.
I resigned TFS. I can't take this anymore.
Great, now I got phone calls to make.
All right, let's go back to swords, because, I mean, crowbars are kind of like swords, yeah?
They're like, yeah. Anyone play Cabal from Mortal Kombat? It's the same thing.
That character's so silly in concept, though.
I know.
Like, I mean, like, the game itself is silly, considering the fact that, like, they got all the ninjas that, like, they all, like, wear the same costume for, like, the past, like, 4 games, and then...
And now it's a major franchise that's getting an animated movie and a live-action movie. Yes, Mortal Kombat is very silly, ladies and gentlemen.
Which just proves, whatever you make it silly. It doesn't matter.
Just have fun.
Just have fun, like this!
Yeah!
What's this?
Chair?
What's this weapon? What's this weapon? I'm trying super hard to get the chair right now. My crab, little did you know, my crab has tank controls! It is a tank game, ladies and gentlemen. I have rouged you all. It's tanks, but they have crab skins.
You ruined the magic.
I know. You gotta learn about game design somewhere, huh?
Yeah.
It's all polygons and pixels.
And math.
All your favorite characters, it's all math. That's stuff that no one likes in school.
Do it! Do it!
What am I doing? What am I doing?
I don't know what you're doing. I'm just commentating for this live stream. Candelabra? Candlestick?
I did use it. It broke in half.
Of course.
Oh, I'm gonna pinch.
You're gonna pinch?
Oh, right in the neck. It's not working at all.
We're losing chairs. We're losing chairs.
Kane's gonna get so mad.
What happened to my dining area?
Crabs, Josiah.
Crabs?
Bring me the crabs this time of kill. Uh-oh. Oh, God.
Sword and lance. We joust in here now. Yeah. Oh, that's actually also a new crab, too, we have in the face. Just body blow. Body blow. Go for those weird artificial pecs it has.
Hey, whoa, hold up. There we go.
Oh, God, he's shield bashing.
Nah, it's fine. I got the sword right underneath him, though.
Oh. You gonna try
how's that shield, though? How's that shield working out for you when the sword's right against your grinding face? Yes, that's still helping now? Oh, it is helping. It's helping him stand up. Nope, no, it's not. Woo! Give me that lance.
Get the lance.
Ah.
Next stage.
Man, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted the lance.
Ready. How appropriate. The Dungeness crab wielding a warhammer.
Man, I would say some fun things here, but I feel like I'd be spoiling The Witcher at that point. And I don't know if anyone else here is in the middle of that. Yeah, so
Yeah.
good thing I shut up.
Yeah.
Please. Please.
Uh-oh. Hyper mode.
What? Oh.
Oh. Just get one hit, and then you should be able to... Yeah.
Back out! No! You stay down!
Stay down. Stay down.
No. Go to sleep.
No.
Go to sleep. It's fine.
No.
Aren't you tired? Oh my God, no!
No! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? All right, that's enough. Just take your time. Take your time. Take your time. This is fine. It's fine.
I'm over it.
There we go.
Ready. Go.
Vengeance.
You know what? You know what would be good vengeance? Actually, hold on. Photo mode.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Best game. Photo mode.
This is the debug mode that Sakurai doesn't want you to know about in Smash. This is that debug mode he keeps telling you about that he's using in all of his videos.
Again, this soundtrack though, for a game about crabs that fight.
It has no reason being this good. Oh, I can frame by frame. We can do this in slow-mo. Oh, you're done fucked now. I have you in debug mode. Oh,
We're cheesing this?
I'm gonna cheese this so hard.
You're gonna cheese this so hard?
Actually, no, I can't cheese it. Ah! Okay.
All right.
Hold on.
The game knew. It's like, cheese.
Yeah, the game was not allowing me to actually use any inputs on that.
So we do have some cash.
We have $7 grand, so that's pretty good. Okay. Hotel, hand axe, mace. I'm feeling. If we get 500 more, we can get 2 revolvers. We get dual-wield guns in a sword fight. Or Claymore.
We haven't seen the Claymore yet.
At all. Yeah. You know what?
Let's show y'all the Claymore. It takes. Yeah.
It takes 2 hands.
It takes 2 hands.
Obviously, in any sort of situation when it comes to D&D or tabletop or whatever, obviously the big sword means you're gonna do the big damage.
Yeah, but you're just gonna be just.
No, it's fine. Bigger sword means better. That's how it works.
Sure.
That's how it works.
That's how every arms race works.
I'm never going.
Oh Jesus!
That's not gonna bite me in the ass in any way, shape, or form. We don't even have those. I'm a crab.
Careful. Oh geez. Find a table.
No! I refuse!
Yes! We gotta get that percentile up.
Do you see it going up? It's skyrocketing.
Come on.
If I go down, I'm taking you with me.
Oh no! No! She pinned you down with a hammer.
How? You're absolutely right.
Ready.
Clearly, this calls for us saving enough crab cash. We need the crab cash to get the coconut crab. You know, it's the magical things you say when you.
Aren't you sure that's crapithal?
I give that a -2.
Yeah.
I give that a -2. Dude, have you been hearing us? We've been doing -5s this whole time.
All right.
That's the whole stream. -5s to -10s. The chat can do better. Way better.
Oh jeez. No! Use the weight of the sword.
Wait a minute. I think I can.
Think you can what?
Can I throw it? I threw it at. Yep. No, it's fine.
It's fine, huh?
Dude, it's fine. I just got it back again. You lose. Yeah. Yeah. Would
It
you
looks like you're in a pinch right now.
I told told you letting them have the mic was a bad idea. Would you like assist sword? What does that? Am I getting Mario World bubbled right now? What the in a crab game? Yeah, here's the golden pea that lets you fly over the entire skybox, but don't tell no one. You'll get all the achievos on your game. No worries, no problems. You'll just have to live with the shame. You know what? Indulge me.
What is...
Ready. Go.
2v1.
2v1 crab.
It's our Jaskare.
So a crab consists of 3 parts, a head, a thorax, and an abdomen. So technically it's like 40% ass.
Yes, hi. Welcome to our TED Talk about crabs here at PAX PAX South. Oh man, yeah.
Oh geez.
Did you know that crabs are all ass?
Oh man. Wait.
Colonel, I'm trying to pinch around, but I can't because the clap in my ass cheeks.
Now we're gonna get messages from David Hayter. You know that, right?
Oh. I mean, he's...
But is it worth it?
Colonel, fuck! I will boil you! Oh my fuck, no, that's me!
No!
Stay down!
Stay down! Stay down!
You win.
We did it! We did it!
Go.
Minecraft from Skyrim!
What the fuck? What is he doing? Oh my god!
Oh my god, it's wielding Frostmourne. It is wielding Frostmourne! No.
Where's my crab assistant? Where's my crab man? He's gone!
We only get one.
What? What?
It's okay, you have the high ground.
Thanks, Obi-Wan!
-1. All right, I'll give you a 0. How's that sound?
There, it nullifies.
Nullifies.
It nullifies. Oh, jeez.
And you know what? We take those. You take the trades. Unlike what the fuck I'm doing right now.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, stay down!
Stay down. No.
No! No! Oh, God. What is that move?
I don't know. Your
Masa...
face has been singed!
Masapaka... Masa, so whatever.
What?
Piccolo thing. Special beam. Thank you, I don't do the DBZ. That's not...
Stay down!
What the fuck, man?
Yes! Yes! Oh my goodness.
Oh, now I have the power whip. There's a stage 7. Oh, wait.
That's
Experience the ninja crabs of ancient Japan. What? Hold on. Oh no, I will do it. But I'm feeling a little scared. I don't know what to expect, so I think it might be time to shop.
Fair enough.
How much is coconut crab?
Where is he?
Oh man.
Oh, we can
look at him.
Oh.
He's got spikes for days.
Yeah, that was the long boy.
All right, do we want long crab or do we want tank boy? Get chunk.
Get chunk. All right. It's all about those big meaty claws.
All right. Look at these colors. Is that TMNT colors? Yeah, he's adorable. He's got a face only a mother could love. A face that only a mother could love 40% of his ass. Listen, at Bargain Barrel, we latch on to the memes. We latch on to them hard, and now we've just opened up a new one. You know what? Let's double crowbar.
Double crowbar? Okay.
He can't hold. Look at how fucked up his hands are. He cannot hold them.
Nope.
What is this maneuver? Are you ready to crab battle, sir? I am waiting for one of us to actually slug each other in the face.
So we'll stop. I think we're good. I mean, for purchases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm. Listen, we'll be fine.
We'll be fine.
Ready.
2v1?
What?
2v1? Oh, here they come. Wait, they have shurikens. And size. Oh, yeah! Just pin them to the building. Pin them to the dojo. Just right there.
Hold on, I need to refill my. Oh wait, I lost.
Just hyper mode. Just. There we go.
Oh, you lost your shuriken there, bud.
But he grabbed another one. Oh, jeez. Oh. Ooh!
I love that I'm hitting his friend from the side, so it's just like, it looks like I'm doing cool Darth Maul moves here. This is... Only in Bargain Rail can you find the most ridiculous stuff.
I mean, that's why we made the show.
I mean, we did play a game called Golf Become Human, where the whole purpose was you were just... I kid you not when I say this out loud, so don't quote me like I'm just making this shit up. You are just vibing out in the middle of the woods, and then the god of golf came down, saw that you were vibing, wanted to check your vibes, and turned you into a golf ball so you could do mini games. So you could do mini games to find out what it means to become human.
And over time, as said golf ball, you sprout limbs.
Yeah, it becomes Flappy Birds at one point.
Yeah.
You know, golf.
Yeah.
Yes, golf.
Wow!
Yeah!
That's Shoryuken right there! Get him.
Come on, dude.
Oh, no! What? No! Coco, no!
Man, they weren't kidding.
Ready.
It's okay, I think I got this next time.
Go!
I think we might need to summon back in Harry again.
Oh, oh boy.
That did nothing, you fool. Okay, that did a little something. Okay, stop it!
Oh, jeez.
Trying to throw that? That's cute. That's real cute. Try and throw it again. Come on, throw it. Come on, bruh. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Just throw it.
Ooh, that was a bit of a whip on the hyper mode right there.
Nah, it's fine. I mean, we can switch over to the beam mode.
Fair point.
I actually want to check out the beam mode. Oh, come on.
This is the farthest we've ever gotten in this game, by the way.
I don't know what's going on. Like,
so this is all new to us as well. Oh boy.
I hope us screwing around with this game has actually interested you in wanting to try it. Like, again, it's on itch.io for $14 right now. It's gonna have a Steam release, and it's also gonna have a
Switch release.
A Switch release.
Can you imagine playing this on the go? I mean, come on.
Where's my Evo crab fight?
Fight crab at Evo 2021. Let's go.
Yes.
There is co-op and versus as well.
There is going to be an online component in this game as well.
God, can you imagine with the Joy-Cons? That'd be fun. Oh no. No!
Yeah, I just was accruing damage like crazy.
Yeah.
Alright, let's... You know what? Harry's gonna have to come back. He's got the levels. That's fair.
Wait, we got equipment. I think that's how we, yeah. Then we change back to the hit.
Oh yeah, hyper mode, Kamehameha, chart.
Yeah.
10 minutes left. All right, so we'll try. We'll try one more round, and then we'll go ahead and start letting up the tickets there. All right, so we gotta let Harry.
Did it really just say what I think it did for the special?
Did it? What?
So close to being sued. So close.
State your crab. Charge up a beam by positioning both arms left and right by holding L1 and L. Oh, okay.
It literally.
It literally is a Kamehameha. All right, well, we're gonna have to at least pull that off for the folks here. They came here for TFS memes. We gotta do it at least once.
We gotta.
Wait, no.
Yeah, we gotta
switch. We gotta switch to Harry.
All right.
Bear claws. You know what? Let's just go in. Unless we want to. Is there something I could buy here? Nothing really. The butterfly sword, the tonfa, the shuriken. Yeah, nothing real.
Nah.
Level ups.
Yeah,
sure.
We'll just bare knuckle brawl it right now. Fisticuffs.
Ready. Go.
Brother.
Right.
Brother. We have cursed cursed genes. I had to explain the joke, therefore it is funny. -5.
And you guys were complaining about -2s and -1s, but we're -5.
Yeah, that was a -10. Like, for real.
This actually is like an episode, like a drama episode for ninjas, because they're all hairy crabs. It's like a clan betrayal.
Let me do it. Where's?
I think you have to let go of the. Just burn the whole place down. Just burn it all down. Just burn it down. Just burn it down.
Okay, I guess I just did it because I was holding on to it still.
The time.
Yeah, you know. Wow, I've done no damage. I think we might have to switch back over to the restaurant.
If we have time.
Yeah, I feel like this might be the final thing.
Yeah, we tried to do it.
Let me take out one at least. With that 1% damage, with my 110, I'll be fine. Yeah, I'm fine. This is fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You got hyper mode now.
I'm trying so hard. Where's the Kamehameha? I am L1R1ing.
Whoa! Woohoo! Oh no! Really? Really? Is this how this panel's gonna end? Is this really how it's gonna end?
No.
Oh, okay. Just right in the face. Just right in the face. Oh no.
L1 Ultra. Oh come on. Oh well. You lose. Harry has been defeated.
You got 40% of you kicked.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That's fair. Wait, that means that's 100% of my ass.
100% of 40% of your anatomy. Learning!
Yeah, welcome to the wiki talk. All right, so once again, this was Fight Crab. We have a blast with this one. I can't wait for this to actually come out relatively soon.
Oh, ditto.
Why was it doing that?
I don't know.
I wanted to show up the screen so we could have this amazing demo of things just going haywire in here.
Okay.
So, as we said, we're going to give away some of the Natural Wonders flags. They were designed by Marvel Poison.
Yep.
And she did a really fantastic job. And who knows what Nick's going to be in charge of the next game.
Yep.
So
we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens with that.
All right, get your tickets ready.
389-1533.
All right.
Excellent. So while that's going on, I'll go ahead and get
We'll make a
more.
system. We'll make
a system out of it.
Are you getting ASMR from this?
Oh, I'm sure. You are the word. You are literally Satan for the audio guy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. You want to know how? Wouldn't it be great if I just called up the same number? 389-1533.
Are you serious?
Wow. Cool. All right, same number. Let's see.
I'm gonna have a very long conversation with that Staples manager.
389-133. No. 389-1554.
All right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
We'll try to go through these fast.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right, gunshot it. 389-1576.
All right. Give him a hand. There you go.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, thank you very
Oh,
much.
yeah, just put them right there. All right. 389-1561. Oh, there we
right.
go. Thank you.
There you are, sir. Oh, thank you.
389-1604.
Hey!
There we are. Cool, we're actually getting we're getting people these things.
We were legitimately, that was a legitimate concern for a while.
Thank
you.
389-1598.
1598.
Alrighty, that's out. 389-1587.
1587. All right.
Man.
Give me a second. Let's try that.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah. Just
389-1590.
Hey! There you go.
389-1541. Hey, awesome. You know what, that's not fair, actually. I'm just like, you know what, that's kind of not fair if I just pull them out like that and then just not do that.
Thank you.
So, 389-1544. 4 off. 389-1556.
1556.
Nay, all right. 389-1540.
Nice.
There you go.
There you go.
Thank you so much. Hell yeah.
Shellfish.
You know what? That's a 1. That's a +1. 389-1578.
All
got
right.
it? All right, cool, thanks. How many have we got left? 2?
2 left.
All right, here we go. 3891568.
Thank you very much. There you are.
Nope, no one? Okay. 3891550.
Hey!
Hey, there we are. And last one. 3891581. Nice.
All right.
Cool. Here you are.
Woo!
Thank you.
All right.
All right, so
3 minutes to spare.
All right, cool. Well, I above all else, I think we're pretty much done at this point.
Yeah, thank you all so much for stopping by. We had a lot of fun on our first PAX.
Yep, and for my first PAX ever. So
Yeah.
this is great.
This is great.
Thank you all so much.
Just a heads up, we will be at the Screenwave booth for a meet and greet and signing just after this. So if you want to get some last minute deals at the Expo Hall, swing by the Screenwave booth and say hi.
Thank you all so much for coming by.
Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Enjoy the rest of your PAX. Thank you all so much for coming. We couldn't have done this without you.
Thank you.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming, Ian!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with. Those games were somebody's legacy. This is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.
Let's go boom. broken and worn, but they will keep on in the moonlight, the moonlight. The pressure is on, the cold of the season makes it hard to feel, but they persevere for the end game, the end game. I can only wish that one day we'll find the one to keep. The journey is an endless one to the same love, the same love. Travel to freedom, broken and worn, but they once kept on in the moonlight, the moonlight. I can only wish that one day we'll find the one to keep. The journey is an endless one to the same love, the same love.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee? I'm coming in! Everybody has that game that they fell in love with. Those games were somebody's legacy. This is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about it.
Whatever.
Let's go boom.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming in!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with. Those games were somebody's legacy. This is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.
Let's go boom.
everyone doing? That's way more enthusiastic for a Sunday than I thought I'd get, so. Glad to see all these lovely faces here. Welcome, welcome to the panel. So we are the Greater Gamer Society of San Antonio, and we're here to talk to you a little bit about us and indie gaming in general. So, introduction. My name is Amanda Hufford. I'm a voice actor, but I also do casting and direction, talent coordination, and project management, and I work mostly with different indie devs. People online all over the place, overseas. The indie scene is constantly growing and expanding as people want to do their own thing, and they're not willing to wait or compromise like sometimes you have to do when you get into bigger productions. So I mostly specialize in working with them. We also have our other amazing panelists. If you want to introduce yourselves.
Hello, hi everybody. I'm Victoria Surdich, also go by Vicky. So I am two things. I'm an indie developer, and I'm showcasing my game here, Swap at Showdown. We're a pink booth. We got all these flashing lights, but there's a picture of it. And so that's like a competitive match 3 type of game. And then the other thing about me is I'm also an educator. So I teach over at Northwest Vista, and I'm the program coordinator for the game development program. And so we have 3 different programs there. I'll talk more about them later, but 3D animation, game production, game programming. So that's me.
Awesome, thank you. We also have Robin.
Hi, I'm Robin English Bircher. I'm actually our point person for the tabletop side of things, so I'm the only analog person. I'm a developer, writer, and editor for tabletop RPGs. I have mainly been working with the Savage Worlds system. I was a developer on Rifts, Savage Rifts, the second round of those. Recently released Rippers Resurrected Expedition Amazon, which is a short supplement for the Rippers materials. Creator of The King is Dead. I've done editing for Ulysses Spiel and Warhammer. And we were showing an upcoming mini setting for Savage Worlds with kaiju, where you get to play the big monsters. So.
Fantastic, thank you, Robin. Next up, we have Ray.
Hello, everyone. Thank y'all for coming. My name is Ray Flores, and I'm the Vice President of Luminosity Mobile, and I'm an educator, music educator, and I also do this indie game development on the side, and we'll talk more about that here in a little bit. Some of the questions are geared towards that. I'm a music composer and also a sound designer. Our games that we have out are quite a few, or a few actually. We have Once Upon a Runner, we have a Tortuga Racing, an educational game. We have The Painter's Apprentice on Steam and working on consoles right now. And we're, if you want to check us out, we have, for the little amount of time that we have left, we're on booth 14043. And of course, we're working on a game called the Sunia, and you probably see that there on the slide. So that's me in a nutshell. And like I said, we'll talk here, and I'll talk some more in a little bit.
Thank you so much, Ray. And Ryan.
Hi, I'm Ryan Tabatabai. So I did my panels a little bit differently. Here at PAX, I'm showcasing my game called Hell's Quandary, my own studio that I started while I was in college, No Hope Studios. I don't remember the booth. It's on the panel. Next one. I put my information up there first. So I graduated from the Art Institute in 2018. I'm mostly a 3D modeler, but I do a little bit of everything in my own studio. I'm currently working as a defense contractor as well. That's my information, and then in the next panel. So yeah, that's my own game that I'm working on with my team, Hell's Quandary. You can check us out right behind Brawlhalla, and yeah.
And last but certainly not least, John.
Hey, hello. I'm John Ledesma. I also work at No Hope Studios. I'm a concept artist and project manager. And yeah, come check out our booth. But in addition to that, I'm also an organizer for the Greater Gaming Society, which is a group of developers, like Amanda said, here in San Antonio's artists, a whole bunch of other, like a lot of people with a whole bunch of talent. And we help organize events that bring us together and help us grow and build the community up. So hopefully you learn more about it and participate.
So, for anybody who doesn't know, the Greater Gamer Society was actually founded here at PAX in 2016. It was one of the amazing things that PAX did for us locally, is it showed everybody here how many other people share their interests and their passions, and also their professions. There were a lot of solo developers and talent who were working in the city and had no idea that they had peers. And so PAX brought them together and they created the Greater Gamer Society, and has only grown since then. Like John said, we have numerous amounts of talent. We have all kinds of devs and different artists and creators, from tabletop to gaming, and I personally deal a little bit more with the talent side of things. But it's a fantastic organization, and lots of people have already been able to create content from the people that they've met in this organization. So it's been very beneficial to everybody involved. In the future, our goal is to bring the Greater Gamer Society into a nonprofit. So, a little bit of introduction and background and experience. Oh, I'm so sorry, hit the button twice, don't mind me. I've already told you a little bit about myself. I won't go too much into detail, but I'm a voice actor, and that's how I got into working with indie studios in the first place. And it's something that I'm very passionate about. I really enjoy working with other creators, and specifically helping creators find people who need them. It's difficult when you have something that you love to do and you don't know where to go to do it. And I realized the more I worked with people, the more I saw that people didn't know how to connect. We have indie devs who want to make a great game, but they don't know where to find the voice actors or the composers, or people who are incredible at composition but don't know how to find people who need them. It's a very common problem for artists, and so that's something that I've kind of dedicated myself to handling, both in the Greater Gamer Society and in general. And Vicky, as she talked a little bit about her experience in education, has done a lot. Please tell us more about that.
All right. Well, so about me, I'm like a 2D, 3D artist. And so back in 2013, I started my own little business, little studio. And of course, you know, we started how a lot of us start, where we just make some mobile games, we kind of tinker on projects, and we have a lot of things that don't come to fruition, you know, a lot of projects, prototypes and things that just don't make it. But we just kept going. And then about 2 years ago, I published a horror VR game. It's on Steam, called Cosmic Awakening VR. And that was a lot of fun, and we learned a lot from that. You know, we didn't become millionaires, but we learned a lot, right? And so then now we're working on a new project and just taking everything we've learned. So I'm just very much this indie developer in that sense. And then outside of that, I became an adjunct, started teaching on the side part-time, and then it just kind of kept evolving from there, and then I became a full-time faculty, and so it's really fun to teach and see all these students, and they're all interested in this stuff as well, you know, 3D art and game development. So that's my my background and experience, I would say.
Thank you, Vicky.
Thanks.
Robin, would you go ahead and tell us a little bit more about your background and experience?
So I have a course in English degree. Because mainly what we're doing is writing and editing. So I have an English degree here from UTSA. I also have a master's in a master's of fine arts in creative writing, where I also study technical communications. So that gave me a lot of experience with working with how to construct stories and how to work with those kind of materials, but also how to do layout, how to edit, how to work through that. And taking that, and then of course my real job, which is I teach freshman composition at UTSA now. Taking that, and by accident I got into writing RPGs. I've been playing since I was 10. And my husband, who's also here in the crowd, is my partner in writing, was starting a blog, and that blog started getting attention, and then he got some writing gigs, and then after a while I kind of got pulled in, and what we found is that at least in the smaller indie presses and role-playing games, it's about getting out and meeting people. So going to conventions, making connections, and through that we were able to get more projects, and with each project we get to learn a bit more and get to apply that to our personal projects as well as the ones that we freelance for other companies.
All right, I guess it's my turn.
It's a line, guys. You got this.
Right. My angle comes in more from the music side, and I'm a music educator. I work at Northside ISD, and that's my full-time job. But I've always loved writing music. So even back when the 90s, and hoping everybody here was born in the 90s, but even in the 90s, I started doing some music composition, and I started getting some things published because had a goal of getting some stuff published in certain genres. And at some point around 2010, I decided, you know what, I want to write for media. And I met a guy, and I'm going to go quick because I don't want to hog up the time. But his name is Mike, and we work on a project together. And at some point, he stepped away from it, and me and a partner from that company, her name is Jasmine, and she's the other co-founder of the Luminosity. We decided to form a Luminosity Mobile, and the reason we got the name Luminosity Mobile is that we were going to just do mobile games. And so I went from the music, now I'm starting more into the developer side. So I always tell people I do the really fun stuff, and I do not the fun stuff. And I do some of the fun stuff, of course, is the music, and some of the not fun stuff is like sales tax and IRS and all that stuff. So yeah, that's not the fun stuff. Yeah, so anyway, so that's how I kind of got into it. So that's pretty much it. That's my background, where I'm at now.
I went a little bit into my background and introduction on myself. I jumped the gun there when it was my turn earlier. But like I mentioned, I went to the Art Institute and graduated in 2018. So my experience is in 3D art, UVing, texturing, pretty much anything on that side of the art for 3D. But I also have experience in Unreals, from doing tech art to blueprinting to a little bit of debugging and having the engine run properly. I constantly like to improve when it comes to Unreal Engine. Experience, I've had many different internships besides what I'm doing here. I would say, though, talking about like my own indie studio experience, I think it's one of the greatest experiences of my life. I get to do things like this, meet new people, go new places, hear critiques and all kinds of comments ranging from great to not so great about the things I'm doing. But I think that's really important when it comes to art, is being able to, hear the things you don't want to hear, because it helps improve yourself. If it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't be at the level I am now. So that's some advice I would give any artist out there, is just take that criticism, bite the bullet, cry a little, and then improve yourself. And then I'll go a little bit more in depth about my studio history in the next slide. So,
I'm a pretty recent graduate. I went to Northwest Vista College, where Vicky teaches, and she's my teacher. But I've interned with her. After I graduated, I started with No Hope, but I also did a few side projects. And I went to conventions showing off things that I had done. I went to San Japan, I went to a few conventions in Corpus, and I think one in Houston. And I just went around and I started Austin, and I started meeting these other developers that I didn't know about, and started making these connections. And it was pretty cool to see other people doing what I was doing, and like forming friendships and bonds. And that's kind of where I got the desire to build community. So here in San Antonio, we had the budding Greater Gaming Society, so I joined in and wanted to help plan more events, help run game jams, help do more, and have more people participate in the community itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that we'll probably mention multiple times is that networking is everything in the indie scene. You need to meet the other people who can help you fit these pieces together to make these projects work. So having all of these resources at our disposal, Vicky being your teacher, and after meeting Vicky, I've started helping work doing voices on her game Swapette. And so we all kind of work together, and it's very important because it helps push us to better places. So, what everybody wants to know, how do you get started? The best way to get into any scene really is to start small. You want to start local, and you want to see what's around you. And it's so great that having PAX here was able to really kind of open things up for us locally, but even where you are. I don't care how remote it is. I know you're going to come up and tell me that you live in the middle of nowhere and there are 5 people in your town and you couldn't possibly meet any creatives there. I promise you, they're there because you're there. And you are clearly a creative or you wouldn't be here at this panel. So you need to start looking around you and see what's available and make those connections. It starts with you doing that. It's incredibly important to be able to open yourself up. And, for me personally, I got started as an actor, obviously. I've been acting for forever, and things just kind of slowly, one step at a time, evolve. So I went from stage to now working mostly exclusively in video games. It just kind of snowballs, but you have to take that first step and really kind of reach out to your community.
Yeah, I would say, so I have an LLC, and so with that, it's like $300 to make one. There's the facts. And so, but what I would say, sometimes I get students asking me like, okay, when should I make my company? And I would say like to wait. There's conflicting views on this. Some people will say, start as soon as possible. But I would say something to think about is that as soon as you start an LLC, you have to start paying taxes every year, and you have to start doing that like businessy stuff that Ray was talking about. So I would say if you're like just like a group of friends and you're trying to make something, I would wait until the business side of things are going to happen. Of course, it's always good to create contracts and to make sure you have things written out, but I'd just say I would wait until you're serious about being serious, But of course, you can always develop, you can always prototype without that. That's kind of my view on it.
No, but that's important because you don't want to take certain steps too early that might end up kind of putting you at a disadvantage. Yeah, absolutely.
As for tabletop, my main focus is on RPGs, and getting started in RPGs is basically about getting your material out there. So having blogs is also very useful because a lot of developers and publishers will check out blogs, see what people are doing. These days there's a lot of opportunity for producing fan content and having it available for sale in a way that you don't have to worry about having a business just yet. Of course, there's the DMs Guild, which is the most famous through Dungeons and Dragons. With Savage Worlds, we have our own, also through Drive-Thru RPG. So a lot of different publishers and a lot of different systems will have ways that fans can produce stuff that's not officially part of the license, but that's how you get attention. That's how you draw attention to yourself and get the opportunities to work on the other things. And what we always tell people, at least in tabletop, is do not particularly do things for free. The minute you start doing things for free, that's all everybody's going to want you to do. So even if it's just a small amount, I know like when you work through Drive-Thru RPG, just asking people to pay $1. It's nothing major, but at least it says, hey, my work is worthwhile. Please give me a little bit of money. And that means things are going to be much better on later on. But as for tabletop, there's just not a lot of money. Most of us are part-timers, have full-time jobs. Unless you work for Dungeons and Dragons or Wizards of the Coast, or you work for Paizo and do Pathfinder and Startfinder, most of us are part-timers. It's a tough business. There's quite a bit of competition, so it can be very difficult. As for board games and card games, one of the best things to do is do things like the Indie Showcase here at PAX South. And also, if you're creating your game, go out to your local game stores, do demos, get feedback. It's extremely useful. When we're working on game settings, we'll do that as well. We'll go out to a game store and we'll run test runs and play test and get feedback from players to see how we need to fix things. And that's a useful tool for a lot of us in tabletop.
I'm really glad that you brought that up. Something that I really harp on my creators about, when you're getting started, a lot of people have the desire to give away their skills for free because, well, the exposure is going to get me where I need to go. I'm not telling you that getting your foot in the door isn't important, but I will say that you should never do free work, and there is a difference. Anybody who has a big enough or important enough platform to give you the kind of exposure that will actually bring you work and experience can afford to pay you. If they cannot afford to pay you, then their platform is not something that's actually going to benefit you. And that is the reality. Now, does that mean that everything you do has to be paid? No, obviously not. I do tons of projects, passion projects for myself or things with my friends. And that's the joy of creating. A lot of things that you're going to make, you end up making for yourself. And then you have a separate area where you make stuff to make money. And it's very important to remember that as you're going forward. Don't do free work, but you can collaborate and create passion projects whenever you feel like it. But don't let people take advantage of you just because you're starting. If they hired you, then they see something worthwhile. And if they see something worthwhile, that's something worth paying for.
Turn on my microphone.
It's because I took too long, because I talked too much. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. So most of our team is remote, and it's because whenever Jasmine and I started the company, Luminosity, we were reaching out to team members, and we have like team members really literally all over America, and even Europe, and even in South America at sometimes, like programmers or artists, and so I didn't really know the indie game developing scene here in San Antonio. We actually got picked for PAX Rising, I think it was 2017. And we were there at the booth, and I looked over and I was like, wait a minute, there's developers here in San Antonio. I did not know that. And that was kind of an aha moment for me. So I went, made the connections, talked to a lot of the people here on the panel, and just started the conversation. And like I said, made those contacts. We don't work on projects necessarily all the time with each other, but we always bounce ideas from each other. Questions about anything that you need. What do you think about this Unity thing or this new build or whatever? So that's something that's been really a good resource for us. But I know if some of y'all are out there thinking, oh, I'm here in San Antonio, and I didn't know there was people in here making video games. I was the same way. And I was just around 2 or 3 years ago. And I was like, and I literally saw the Greater Gaming Society booth, and I was like, there's like more than just like one person. It was like 10 people, right? It was like, oh my goodness. So it was an eye opener for me.
Yeah, your peers are absolutely your greatest asset. And the best way to approach networking is to look at it like you're making a relationship or a friendship, right? If you go up to somebody and you hand them your business card, what you've really just done is given them an obligation to throw this trash away for you. They don't know you. They don't want your business card. If you talk to somebody, find out what they're about, what they need and what they're looking for, offer what you have, then you've established a relationship, a working relationship that can carry you and help both of you down the line. That's what you really need to be looking for when you're kind of making connections with people. It's very important. Otherwise, you're wasting your time. Just throw it in the air because people are just as likely to pick it up that way if you don't actually make a connection.
This weekend, while networking for the Greater Gaming Society, I think I found it a lot easier to just take their business cards instead of giving them my business cards and then promise, after the convention to just email them, and that forms like a sort of friendship in and of itself.
Absolutely. Yeah, follow-ups are very important as well. You exchange a lot of business cards, or at least I do. And you don't necessarily remember everybody. You won't remember 3 years from now the person you met once. Following up right after the convention or a couple of weeks later, reminding them, hey, I'm here, I exist. That will make you stand out. It will make somebody remember you. So follow-ups, very important when you're trying to build those connections. Sorry for my segue. John, you have something you want to say about this slide?
So, going off of what they're talking about, so for me, starting out when I was in college, I actually went to PAX, and I saw the Greater Gaming Society and a bunch of other people here in San Antonio, and I thought about it. I was like, there's got to be a way for me to show myself a little bit better to the community besides, just talking to them and everything. So that was the first thought of like when I was starting my studio. It was more of like, let me grab a friend from school and let's do things together and build something to prove ourselves and our worth and everything. But then it slowly grew into something that I'm passionate about and something. We lost the screen, distracted me. Sorry. So it was like something. I was like, you know what, this could work. I could do my own thing, and let me find people who are just as passionate as me and such. But going out and meeting people, I would say like 90% of my team that I work with, I met through networking, gaming society, talking to people, their friends and such. You got to be very open to talk to people. I know it. Like for me, I'm a social introvert in a bit in a way. So I kind of like hate that idea of like, I gotta go to parties and talk to people? Like, why do I gotta do that? I'm an artist. But unfortunately, or fortunately, you gotta do it. You gotta go up to people. I know it's kind of scary, but you gotta go up there and be like, hey, I'm Ryan, nice to meet you. And give your business card, show them your art, and then like talking about like starting up the LLC and such, because I'm reading the question. Also do your research, because when I heard that it cost her $300 to start her LLC, it's kind of hurt me a little because I spent about $800 on my end because I didn't do my research right. So find the people who will help you with that. They're willing to help you. So yeah. Oh, and about like finding work in San Antonio. I know like San Antonio isn't this big hub for games or anything, but like I mentioned what I'm doing, defense contracting. San Antonio is a huge hub for medical, defense, army, simulations, marketing, and everything. And you kind of think to yourself like, gaming has nothing to do with that. You'll be surprised. Go around, look around, talk to people. They need the skills that we have and such, from art to code. So be flexible. You know, maybe for now you won't be in gaming, but start off in medical, build your profile, build your networks and everything, and move over to your dream job. Or maybe it'll be your dream job. You'll find out. Never know.
I got started out of college, first with group work. That was during college. So it was pretty good to like network and see these students that were going to be my peers locally. And from there, sometimes we'd work on things together. And other times I'd do internships or commissions or contracts, just anything to build up my portfolio. But yeah, like I would just go around showing what I could do, talking to people and say like, hey, this is my art, this is what I can do. And I eventually met Ryan, and he was impressed with what I could do because I'm on his team now.
Yeah, when I first met him, I was like really impressed, and I was like, you want to do something with me?
Yeah.
Basically the conversation.
But yeah, it's just finding something to do, because if you don't, your skills are going to get rusty. You're not going to get any better sitting there. You know, just find something to do, and you know, if you're going to get better at it. That's how I got started, just doing things, keeping myself occupied, improving my skills, and meeting people.
So, some roadblocks and challenges to being a freelancer in general, but in indie dev. There are a lot. But I think you all are aware of that. There are definitely benefits to taking a more commercial track to things, but I personally really enjoy getting to explore art differently in the indie sector, like you get to, and I think that that's really worth it. But there are some pitfalls for sure. I know Vicky has a lot to speak to on this area.
Yeah, well, I would just, I'm an indie developer, and I would say huge roadblocks and challenges are just that often, like Robin said, you do it part-time. Like, you have to, have a full-time job, and then it's your thing you do on the side, and so that can be a challenge there, because then you're like, you got to go to work, but I really want to work on this, that can definitely be a challenge with that. And of course, funding. I don't know if you've seen some of these exhibitors, they're from Canada, and they're all like, oh yeah, we get all these grants. I'm just like, what the heck, man? Why can't I get a grant? Like, what? So, funding is always a thing. But just persevering and continuing your work, trying to market it and showcase it. And also, I would say if you get into the development, it can be an isolating thing because you're just working on this project and you're so focused on it. And so I think another really important thing is sometimes the challenge can just be you isolate yourself and you work too hard and you get burnt out. So that is a huge challenge. So making sure you have a support system, you have people you can talk to, that's why, we'll talk about it later, but we have meetups and such, and I think that's really cool because then you get to talk to somebody and you never
It helps
know.
keep you motivated.
Yeah, and they might be like, oh yeah, I'm really tired of this project, and I've been working so hard, and you're like, so have I. Maybe we should not talk about it right now, and let's just enjoy each other's company, or let's unwind together, let's do something fun. So just that's another thing I would say is making sure you don't get too burned out because we have a tendency to just crunch and keep working.
I think on the tabletop end, the main thing is isolation. I think it's one of the biggest issues because when most tabletop folks are doing it part-time, and that goes for a lot of areas. So working all week, you pull your 40-hour week, and then your weekend is pretty much devoted to working on your projects. And after a while, you get in these little bubbles, and those little bubbles can cause issues with your work. So you may understand exactly what you're trying to say or how a mechanic works, but no one else is going to because you're really isolated. So one of the hard things is finding the time to be out there and playing with others. That's absolutely crucial for tabletop. Be out there, play with others. Find a store where you're comfortable. Bring your games out, when you can, just maybe every other weekend or so, and that kind of breaks things down and also gives you better feedback, and that's one of the biggest issues a lot of people have, so they don't get the feedback they need. Right?
All right. I think I'm going to speak to like what Vicky was saying, time and money, the funding. So I would say time, just because most of us will do this part-time. So I always kid around and say, this is my 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. job. And a lot of y'all can go, yeah, I know what you're talking about. And it's just difficult to find that time to get that balance. So I would say that's a roadblock. Funding is especially at the beginning where you're like, okay, well, I want to put this out. And as much as you think your game is like, oh, I'm going to put this game out, I'm going to put it for whatever, $3, $2.99, whatever, and I'm going to make $1 million. Well, it doesn't quite work out that way. It's always trial and error. And I think it was Vicky or maybe Amanda was saying, every single thing you do, you learn from it, and you learn like what to do. And okay, that didn't work. Okay, maybe we should do this next time. So you're always learning that. And I think the other one would be roadblock would say just commitment. And I don't know if anybody out here, I know before I met Mike and started on that project and met Jasmine, there were several projects that I had, people contact me, hey, I like your music, we're gonna do this. So, signed up a NDA, got a contract and all that good stuff. And I would write music. And I remember this one scene, I wrote like 14 songs or something. And I really kind of liked them and then never heard from the guy. I was like, the game never came out. And then just like, okay, so somewhere, I don't know if the game ever came out or not, but it was just a commitment or the lack thereof from some people, and you'll probably run into that sometimes, finding out like people, they'll talk a big game. So that's another hurdle, trying to figure out, who the ones that are serious and who are not.
No, that's really important, and you need to know that going in so that you don't get demoralized and think it's something on your end, because it's not. There are a lot of very passionate people who just don't see something through for any number of reasons, and that is going to happen. And you kind of learn to read the situation, right? You truly never know, but you can kind of interpret whether or not this person is serious or you think they've actually got it together. And that's something, unfortunately, that just kind of comes with experience, but also relying on your peers, people that you trust to be able to bounce these ideas off. And that's why it's so important to have a good network of people that you can ask for feedback from. They keep you motivated. They prevent you from getting too isolated and too wrapped up in your own problems, and they can see things outside that you might not notice because you're too close.
So I basically everything they said, I would probably say all over again, but I don't want to like repeat what they said or anything. So I'm gonna try something a little different because I've done freelance and the past and one of the things on there, about freelance. So know what you're worth, and don't ever, like they were saying earlier, don't ever like do anything for free. You feel like you're getting something out of what you're doing, but at the same time, you also got to acknowledge that there are people out there who will do things cheaper than you. So you got to show yourself out there and prove that you're worth what you're asking for. And if someone wants to come to you and pay you less than what you think you're worth, or like on the freelance end, 9 out of 10 times, or even 99% of the time, just don't do that. It's not worth it. If they truly think you're worth their time, they'll pay you what you're asking for, unless you're asking for something really ridiculous. Don't do that. But because, like they were saying too, there's people out there who aren't worth your time at all, commitment-wise and such, and you can usually see that in the freelance end. If people are coming to you and they're like, if you ever hear that, like, oh, well, X will do it for 20% less than that, or for $20, why do I gotta give you 30? They're not worth your time. You're not gonna get anything out of it. Odds are you might not even get paid, and that's happened before. So I just wanted to mention that on the roadblock, and that's a good challenge too. But also, that's pretty much it. Lost my train of thought.
Yeah, and really, knowing your worth is so important because you're going to get beat down every step of the way. There are going to be people who say, well, I believe that you're worth that much, but I just can't afford it. And there are going to be people who say, well, that's way too much. Let me pay you $10. And everyone has a budget, and you can either work with somebody or you don't. But really, you need to know that your time has value. And just because someone can't afford you does not mean that your time doesn't have worth or that your work doesn't have worth.
A roadblock that I would like people to know about is having direction, like knowing what you want to do, because a lot of time can be lost if you don't know what you're doing. You could go different paths, like, oh, maybe this works, maybe this doesn't work, and that's to be expected when you're making games, but maybe you're just wasting your time on something that's not gonna pan out. So you gotta really have that direction of knowing, like, hey, do we want this? And just having strong direction will be the ability to say, no, we don't want this. Let's focus on something important.
Following up on that, don't be afraid to stop any project or just start over on a project. What I do for my day job and my studio, there's many times where you think you're doing something and then you realize it's just not working. If it takes too much time to fix it, just start over. It's not a failure. You'll learn from it and you'll do better.
What do you call it?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I had a teacher at the Art Institute. The way he called it was, don't be afraid to kill your baby. And so it's kind of, you got to have that mentality. It's like, yeah, I spent 10 hours making something, but don't be afraid to start over, because, even though you spent 10 hours making this thing, starting over might be half the time of that.
Yeah.
And you might actually spend another 10 hours just trying to fix it. Are we doing questions?
I see your
at the end,
question.
right?
I promise we're gonna do a question and answer session right at the end.
Yeah, sorry,
Promise
we
will
should
get
have
to
mentioned
you.
that.
I just want to speed through the rest of this. So something that's really important
Lightning
to
round.
understand is how your skills can translate to actually making money, because I guess you kind of need that to eat, or I don't know, that's what I hear. So something that I tell my creators all the time is that our creative endeavors feed our soul and commercial endeavors feed your wallet. And so knowing how your art can translate into a professional area is really important. And that's something that I think is really fantastic about all of these panelists, is they have found really amazing and creative ways to take their art and channel it into something else professionally to help continue to create, but also make money and make a living. Vicky, please.
Yeah, my whole team, we all just do it on the side. So, for example, my artist, he works at a sticker shop because he's a great graphic artist, and he's made restaurant menus and all this cool stuff, and a shirt shop and things like that. And then me, I'm a 3D artist, so I teach 3D art and things like that. And I have shall I show it now?
Yes, please.
So just as like a visual, because I wanted to talk about education here as well while I'm on the topic of this. So I just wanted you guys to know about the different schools here in town that do game development, because it can be kind of this thing where you're like, oh, that doesn't exist here in San Antonio, but it totally does. Sometimes it's hidden. Well, of course, Northwest Vista College. I'll probably leave that one last, even though I put it first. So there's St. Mary's University. They have a computer science program, so that's programming, mainly, but they have a game development track. So, and then they have a certificate with like educational games, which that's really cool. So that's there. You may not notice it right away, but it's there. It's a cool program. And then University of Incarnate Word, they have an awesome 3D animation program. Super amazing, really great program. And then excellent instructors there. It's a really cool program. And then the Art Institute, they have a game art program, and then they have a 3D animation program. And those are four-year universities. So if you're not like, you don't want to commit to this four-year university, or you're not sure, you want to try things out, or you're like, that's a lot of money, there's Northwest Vista College. So we're the two-year alternative, right? So we have 3D animation, which is 3D animation. It's really 3D art. Like, of course, we say it has the word animation in it, but it's just 3D art general. Then there's game programming, which is programming, coding, languages, hello world, those kind of things. And then production, which is like a mix of both. So if you're not really sure, you could do both. So basically, like, let's say you're like, well, maybe I like 3D art, but I don't know if I want to like go to a big university yet. Why don't you just come over here and take a 3D art class and see if you actually like it, or an intro to programming class, or our intro to game development class. And then you can transfer out, or you can stay, or, I'll tell you guys a secret. I only have an associate's degree, even though I'm like a teacher, so it's kind of weird. But, I mean, it's, in this field, we don't necessarily, like, it's kind of crazy because, like, people who've been working on games for like 30 years, degrees didn't exist for game stuff back then, so they all have degrees in other things, computer science or something else, or fine arts. But education is still really great. If you get hired somewhere, it might be because of your portfolio and your experience rather than like a piece of paper degree. But education is still really great because you get to network. Like, for example, John, he was my student, and I was like, hey, your work's great. I want you to learn more. Hey, why don't you come to this convention? Hey, why don't you go to this thing? And a lot of the jobs I've gotten were all from my instructors. So it's a really great networking opportunity as well as a learning opportunity. So that's what we got going on in San Antonio. Now I can't remember the original question.
Well, we were talking about how to translate our skills into making money.
Yeah. So, I'll let Robin continue.
Like Vicki, I took what would be considered more of the easy route. Let's go into education. Let's just go ahead and teach what we're working with. For me, and we're in my field, you have to have at least a master's degree. You're so lucky.
I know. It's great. It's great. It's literally great.
But there's a lot of other things. Like many writers are technical writers on the side, so they have their background in writing, but they do technical work in a variety of fields. Some people are more focused on design and layout, so they might be working for a publisher doing, a major, normal publisher or magazine or newspaper, doing layout work on the side. So there's a lot of skills connected, like editing, writing, graphic design, layout, art, all those things. There's just other areas we can use those, that kind of move into those skills and make more use of them.
All right, I'm going to break this question in half because I was having a hard time with it. I was thinking how to answer it. But obviously, I've already mentioned I have a music degree and I've doing music composition, so I kind of translate that into the indie dev part of at least the music and the sound design part of it. But I wanted to speak to a little bit about the local involvement. Well, one of the things everyone's talked about is the networking. And like a couple of years ago, I met someone at PAX, and it was the ex-gamer PC. His name's Roger. He's a good guy, and they have a booth here. And anyway, so after we networking, we decided to. They actually sponsored us. So there's a good way of, we were talking about funding and stuff like that. That's a simple thing that they helped us get, some funding for like some banners and whatnot. So there's that, the local involvement. We've also done some other things, like I know Luminosity, I know here in San Antonio, and Jasmine, she's actually, she actually lives in New York. But here in San Antonio, we've done some local involvement stuff, like, for example, public library events. We've gone and done that. And as far as national stuff, we've done some, there's a, let me see, let me get this right, Girls Make Games organization. And over the summer, for example, it's an organization where the girls make the video games and they ask for assets. So our studio donated on our artists who are fabulous, and if you want to know all their names, because we have a fabulous team, it's on our website, luminositymobile.com. But our artists all donated their time and energy and wrote and drew assets for them. So anyway, that's how we kind of gave back a little bit to the community.
I'm going to answer this one pretty quickly about the community. Number one thing I've noticed is go out there, talk to people, show them your skills, but then also be receptive to their skills. A lot of people on my team and a lot of my friends from school and friends that I've met over time, they have wonderful skills that they can show me. Like maybe I'm really bad at hand-drawn textures, but I'm really good at like PBR realistic textures. Let me show you how to do that, and they'll show me how to do what they know how to do. And it's really great to do that with the community and everything. So when it comes to the community, that's one of the best things you can do for each other is just be willing to talk to each other and learn off of each other. Don't be like, well, because I know how to do this, I'm better than everyone else, and they have nothing to show me. Those type of people, I've met them. They don't go very far in anything. So.
Some of the skills I have are like game development and Photoshop skills, and having those skills are pretty useful, like for help building communities, like making flyers, making graphics, logos, and things like that we can use to build up the greater gaming society. Also, it's a skill to learn how to network really well. Like the more friendly you are, and how to, be closer to people relatively quickly, then, just becoming more social is more handy when you're learning how to network and build a community. So I had to really break out of my shell to like talk to people and, make connections happen and make events happen and talk to sponsors and, build events up. So that's some of the skills that I had to like really hone in and learn to, make this community.
Okay, we had a little bit more, but I definitely want to make sure that we have time to do some question and answers. So 5, I want everybody to give me their quick one-sentence response to this question so we can hear what you guys want to say and want to ask before our time is up. So Vicky, 5, go.
Go to the meetups and join our Facebook group and all this stuff. We're going to have the info on it there.
That's it.
Hold your applause until the end.
Go to conventions and create and get involved with communities online.
Yes, 100%.
Ditto. No, I'm serious.
Love that answer.
Really,
Next.
yeah.
Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. I know a lot of people don't like social media. Make a damn social media and just follow people and talk to people.
Yep, absolutely.
Stop isolating yourself. You're not going to get anywhere.
And John, go.
Go to the PAX parties.
There we go. Beautiful, gorgeous. It's absolutely true. It's vital to meet people. But now, way more importantly, your questions. What are things that you guys want to know? Maybe things that we haven't gone over, or questions for how to get involved. Go ahead.
We've got mics on the sides, guys.
Oh, look, we do have mics.
Go to the
on
mic, we'll point at you, talk to us.
Please, go ahead.
Don't be afraid to ask us questions.
If you don't want to ask a question, but you would like to speak to somebody afterwards, we will all be here. We can chat, even if they kick us out. We'll go stand out there, exchange business cards.
We'll point at whichever.
Please, go ahead. You
go
you
back
had a
to
question.
I'll let them go first.
You're such a sweetie.
Your question is first. You were raising your hand first.
Yeah, absolutely. This one?
We have the
Well, I need time to think first.
All right, on the left, go.
What interpersonal skills do you believe will really help the introverted become a little more extroverted, and how do you want the extroverted to get their interpersonal skills towards the introverted people?
Don't think about changing yourself. If you're an introvert, you're an introvert. That's fine. Work with it. Guess what? A lot of other people in this room, very introverted. So they'll understand where you're coming from. Play to your strengths. Don't try to change to what you think you need to be to accommodate someone else.
And there are also techniques that can be shared on. They are shared online.
Look at the forehead. Don't look in the eyes if you get intimidated. That's what I do. Also, find a good wingman, a good friend, someone to be with you that will help you answer these questions. Also, if you have specific questions, point it out, or we're just going to answer.
Don't be afraid to ask about them.
Talk to one person a day.
There's also a lot of great stuff online. The Khan Academy has a lot of material on presenting and speaking to people, so there's a lot of good stuff online to give help as well. I actually use it in the classroom when I teach oral presentation. I go, hey, let's watch some of these neat videos, so they can actually see and hear things from professionals.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Okay, so, all right, so I guess what I'm about to say here is that making an indie game that is at least somewhat original, but also takes a mechanic of an existing game, but also not being getting caught by a company that just shuts down indies like Nintendo would, because was the hardest part about like, say, not taking too many mechanics, but just making your own game as what it is. For example of this would be Freedom Planet. I guess it could be some example. Because Freedom Planet basically did take a mechanic from Sonic, as speed, physics, and everything else, but it still has some mechanics within. So was your tip of making an indie game that has some mechanics from an existing game, but without getting caught by stealing?
I can take that one. That's actually my game you're describing. My game is influenced by Panel to Pwn Tetris Attack, Pokemon Puzzle League. It's basically like a modernization of that. So what we wanted to do is we really tried to just make really original characters and just kind of implement all the features that didn't have. And I mean, we're also not going to use words that they used. And I will say, previously also, I had a mobile game called Super Asteroid Dodge. And I did get a letter from Atari that said, you can't use the word asteroid. So sometimes it's just going to happen, and sometimes it's like, that's silly. I'm like, what?
No, they own all asteroids. If anything enters the atmosphere, it gets sued, which is why the Earth is okay.
But, they didn't do anything.
So I just want to add on to that. I think because of our perception of what is copying and what is inspiration is kind of skewed because, we're very critical of things. I think a lot of people kind of forget that games follow trends throughout time and mechanics and such. There was Doom shooters, Metroidvanias. So when you're talking about mechanics, I don't really think that there's such a thing as really stealing unless you take something that's theirs and say it's your own. If you find something in a game that works, because I struggled with this with my own game, is like trying to come up with every single idea has to be my own unique idea. You gotta have to realize that everything's already been done already. The Simpsons did it kind of thing. So you gotta learn the difference between copying and inspiration. Copying is good for learning. If you find a video online and you follow it, copy it, that's good, learn. But don't make it your own. Don't post online and say, look what I did, and take this braggy kind of egotistic view of it as this is mine, because no, you followed a tutorial. But if you look at something, you look at my game, inspiration is Doom. You look at Doom and you're like, I take the things that work for Doom and I make my own thing for it. And I'm willing to admit, it's very close and similar to Doom, but I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. We need to
take your
realize
inspiration and you make it work for you.
Yeah.
There is one thing, at least in tabletop, is that game mechanics cannot be copyrighted. How you present them and how you write them out or how you use them can be, but the actual mechanic themselves are often not copyrighted.
Yeah, so don't worry about mechanics so much. Like, you're gonna be bogged down. That's something that I went through, and I don't want to see other people going through that. But
Yeah,
we're short on
absolutely.
time.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm actually curious about everyone's opinion on why the San Antonio game development community, specifically either professional and hobby developers, continues to lag behind Austin. Austin's only an hour north away from here.
Ooh,
and
boy.
Yet it's, and is there anything that can be done to sort of build up the community? I know we're doing this here and this is great. Is there anything that maybe the city could do to sort of incentivize that?
Well,
There are some city initiatives. We have reached out with and do work with some other local organizations. Really, the big challenge is getting people to talk about it. It's still fairly new for people developing these things like the Greater Game Society. 2016, it's not long ago. Everybody was kind of in their isolation bubble. Well, we've popped all those bubbles and people are starting to come together. So the answer to that, talk about it. And not just for San Antonio, but for wherever you are. The more we talk about it, the more you can build your local communities, the less you have to move somewhere in order to create what you want to create. It's the same for everywhere. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
All right, sorry. So I'm still in high school, and I'm looking for any chance I can to get my foot in the door. So I wanted to know what advice you'd have for getting that initial internship or building your first portfolio or something like that.
We're gonna have just real quick. There is Say C here in town. One of our former members was involved with that, and they do video game design. And then Ryan, jump in.
So yeah, I kind of have experience in this. I had an internship while I was in school. They actually called me because I made the impression. The number one thing you can do is, like we've been saying, talk to people and everything, show your art, be more social, don't isolate yourself, make social media, make it professional. Don't post any memes or anything, just make it professional. I know some of us hate social media, but you gotta use it. Talk to people, send your resume out. You know what, I actually, the reason they contacted me is because I originally applied for a position in the past for an internship, and I made, I talk to them. I still talk to the guy, and I make sure to be like, hey, remember me? Yeah, you're kind of like, should I message him? Just message. Send the message, say hi. A hi can get you so far,
Don't be afraid to show your art.
Yeah.
Whatever it is that you do, find a way to get out there and make it. People will see it.
Be receptive to criticism too. They look for people who can take critiques.
Awesome.
If you
Okay,
can't
we've
take
only got a
critiques, you
few
won't get
minutes left. I want to try to get as many questions as possible. Please
real
go ahead.
quick. Say C is spelled S-A-I-S-I. Like say yes in Spanish.
Yeah, if anybody needs that info, you can get us after. We will hook you up with that. Please go ahead.
Lightning quick comment.
Go.
It's so refreshing that you guys have someone who's just graduated out of college at a panel, because you see these 10 years of experience, 20 years of experience, and it's just so intimidating in a sense.
No, that's all him.
Yeah.
He did it, his own work, his own merit.
Yeah.
And you guys could too.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you're crushing it. Thank you so
Great.
much. That's
Thank
a huge
you.
inspiration.
I really
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You don't know how much it means to me.
Yeah, that's
Please.
awesome. That's so cool that you all are doing that. That's so good. All right, quick question.
So I know.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. You have a question.
We'll answer
I
in one
did have-
sentence.
Yeah.
So I know
Please go
how.
ahead. Go.
Go. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
go.
I'm in school right now for marketing. I have I'm not in a gaming degree. What would you recommend for people who are not necessarily going into a gaming degree? How would you transition into something like, let's say, producing for an indie studio? Yeah.
So taking on side projects, like they said earlier, your degree doesn't necessarily have to correlate with what you want to do, but there are definitely skills that you can take away from your degree plan and incorporate it into what you want to do.
I would say look for internships, and also if you have to do a major project in a class over the course of the semester, look out to any developers and see if you can do it with them, so you get your class credit and they get your work, so you both are getting paid in the long run.
Yeah.
I did that in high school when I was thinking I was going into the music business.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about the mix-up. Now it's your turn. I promise. For real this time.
Okay, so I've seen how people can get burned out, and I know how you gave the advice about how to avoid it, but how do you combat it if you've already given it to yourself?
Take a step.
Take a break.
Play the game.
Take a break.
Yeah.
Take
Take
a
a road
break.
trip.
No art is worth your life. Take a break, please.
Go find what still makes you happy and do that for a while.
Even if it's just like playing a
Go
video
for a
game
walk.
for an entire week. Like,
There
just
is the
chill.
issue.
Call a
Play
friend.
with your dog.
Don't feel bad if you have to take the day off. Just
I feel bad all the time when I take days off, but you gotta learn. Don't feel bad. Take a break.
Hi, this is less a question to the panel. Melissa's is a question to everybody else. If you guys are interested in joining the Greater Gaming Society, maybe hooking up with your local San Antonio game developers or hooking up with South Texas game developers, please meet me outside. I'll get your email address and maybe introduce you to our Facebook group. And then after the PAX, I'll also send out a mass email to everyone I have on the list so y'all can all get connected and stuff
Thank
like
you
that.
so much. Can we get this last question?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna pass it off
Is that
to them.
okay? Okay. Cool. Last question.
Last question.
Did it.
All right, last question. So as developers, I'm sure you guys have put out a lot of products or, unfinished or finished. What are some experiences or tips that you have for people who are trying to showcase your product?
Get an itch.io. You can show off your games that you've made, even if they're not done. I have a lot of Game Jam games on itch.io, and a lot of people can just play them, download them, and you can get comments, reviews. It's really handy. It's a really good portfolio.
For the art end, get an art station, get a Twitter, get wherever you can. Just show it wherever you can. People will find it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for all your questions.
Let's all take a selfie.
Thank you for being patient. Gorgeous.
Come talk to us if you want. We'll be outside.
Yeah, that's our
Please,
time.
outside.
Please come chat with us afterwards if you have more questions.
Come see our booths.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming on!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with. Those games were somebody's legacy. This is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.
Let's go boom.